Okay. Okay, I think I just did that one. I don't care. Alright, off to a good start, people. so we did it. We made it to another Sunday Night Live. It's a freaking miracle, frankly, that we can do this at all. It's amazing that we're here together like this. And I'd like to say hello and good evening. Ah, there we are. Meow. Meow. Hello. Hello. Hello, good evening. This is Lumination Sunday Night Live's home of the world famous SuperChat mini readings. Yeah, this is where we do it. If you've got the nerve, it's live one-on-one. Now remember, it is a public forum, so we could be touching some touchy subjects. However, with the wonders of the internet and my super-powered psychic abilities, I will find ways to talk and relate and convey your message without causing too much upheaval. Okay? Okay. So let's have a look. Let's see who's here. Ivona, of course. Good evening. Hello, Ivona. It's probably very hot back there on the East Coast, I'm sure. Path Traveler over there in, I think, Kentucky, right? Saranova, can you remind everybody where you're located, please? I love to know these things. I'm just very curious. Hello, Path. Good evening. And Melanie. Thank you. Melanie, could you remind everybody where you are? And feel free to share a little bit about yourself. We're all curious. This is like a little tiny family here. Like a family, like they call it the Terralumination Love Tribe. Some of the members actually have Terralumination Love Tribe certificates. And I believe it is still possible to get one of the extremely rare Terralumination Love Tribe certificates. It's a very small tribe, but that's okay, you know. We count, you know. The people who need to be here will be here. That's what they keep telling me. Hello, Saranova. Yes, so can you remind us where you are? Melanie, please remind us where you are. And let's have a look. And Mr. Ross. Good evening, Mr. Ross. So we will get to it in a little while. What's this? Raccoons can get nasty. You were lucky. Whoa. Okay. Alright, let's have a look, see what's going on out there. So, give me a second. I'm just kind of settling in. Want to get myself a little, just give me a second here. Everything's kind of poised and ready to go. I'll be right back. Ah, wonderful. Yes. Cheers, everyone. And good evening, Love Triber. Do you realize, Love Triber, it is actually 114 degrees in Las Vegas right now. It's shocking. Did you just see Saranova's notes? Okay. I'm not saying it's going to be bad or scary. All I'm saying is every now and then I get readings where I get really kind of shocked. Like, how am I gonna say this without, you know, getting my channel shut down or causing some kind of breakdown? Oh dear. But anyway, yeah. So let me see. Right now, I think the moon is in Aries, conjunct a little bit of the Chiron in Aries and the Mars in Aries. So there's a lot of Aries energy right now, and it's in very, very hard squares to the Mercury in Cancer, which just turned direct. So what I'm sensing is there's a tremendous amount of conflict in the world of language, and understanding like who is the enemy here. Like think of Mars. Think of Aries. If you think of Aries as the energy of I am, it's the brand new energy. Like you don't have time to figure out like, well, am I really this or am I really that? For example, the sun never goes retrograde. And Aries represents the new birth, the new like it's the birth of sunlight on the horizon. And with Mars in Aries, Chiron in Aries, and I think the moon is still in Aries. Let me just double check something. I'm pretty sure we still have the moon in Aries. I just want to double check something because there's a reason I'm talking about the moon in Aries. Yes, it is. Okay. So there's a reason. I'll just sort of confide to you. Personally, I'm a little bit too sensitive to the lunar cycles. Ooh, up, down, full moon, new moon, full moon, new moon, full moon, new moon, and so on and so on. And then you add in the eclipses. And so right now, you know what? This is a perfect opportunity before we start the readings. This is a perfect opportunity for Tarot Lumination to make a TL Astro Doodle. I know some of you like these things. I model my whole life on my own astrodoodles. That's how important it is, okay? I've heard occasionally Taylor Swift shows up here. Also, Bill Gates has shown up a few times. Who are some of the other ones? I think we had a world-famous author, a crime author. And I know they all base their lives on the Tarot Lumination astrodoodles. That's their first thing they check every morning. Hey, Tio, what's my astrodoodle for the day? You know, it's the same thing with the White House. It doesn't matter who the president is. I just, send in my reports every day, and then they figure out what to do. Simple, really. Yeah, riding the wave. So I'm going to make a little Tarot Lumination astrodoodle here. Give me a second, and we'll get to it. And I'm going to keep it very simple. I don't want to get too involved, like in complex astrology that I barely understand myself, but I'm going to do something, okay? This is today, right now, and this is the world chart, okay? We put Aries on the horizon because that's considered the birth, like the sun coming up in the morning kind of energy, the start of everything, and Pisces, the end of everything there. So, I'll just put it over here in letters. I'm not going to, if I got time, I'll do the symbols. This is your typical westernized astrological pie chart. All based on the Pizza Hut model. Designed by a pizza restaurant in North America, from which all modern astrology is based. Yep. I know, it's amazing. Modern day astrology is based on pizza recipes. Yep. Mind-boggling, really. But hey, it's got to start from somewhere. Okay, Sagittarius over here. So some of you probably recognize a lot of this anyway, because some of you are very savvy about your own charts and the astrology anyway. But I have to keep reminding myself on a daily basis. And then Pisces over here, the end of everything. Yay! So right now we've got Neptune and Pisces over here. We've got, I think, Saturn, Pluto, and Jupiter in Capricorn over here. And we've got Chiron over here, and the Moon and Mars. So that's sort of like this. And Moon over here. We got Uranus over here in Taurus, as you all know. And I think Venus is still in Gemini. Yeah, somewhere in there, yeah. And we've got Sun and Mercury in Cancer. Something like that. I think that's most of it. So, yeah. Hello, Tiara Wilson. Oh, wow. Is Pluto a form of anchovy topping? How did you guess that? Wow, you've been doing a lot of homework, Love Triber. Yes. All of these are based on the toppings from the original Pizza Hut menu. Okay. So, the thing that really jumps out at me today is really kind of something kind of strange. It's basically this thing here. You've seen my astrodoodles before. There's a lot of other things going on, but I'm just focusing on this right now because it's the solar-lunar aspects that can really tend to dominate in our day-to-day lives. Hello, Tiara. Tiara, I don't remember hanging out with you, but you're welcome to hang out here. This is Tarot Illuminations. Let me just check in with Tiara. Tiara, this is what we're doing tonight right now. This is the world famous Sunday Night Live Super Chat mini readings. So if you need a little mini reading, see this button here? It's the same as this button here. It's the same as the button underneath where you type. You put in your donation, and then you get your own magic post-it note. Yep, I know. I know. There's no need to be jealous, because if you get your own, then you have your own, and nobody can stop you. Sarah is over there. I just saw Sarah's notes. Hold on. Atlanta, Georgia. I'm just going to put that over here. Yeah, okay. No, well, just hang out for a while, Tiara. Just hang out, see how the show goes, and see if you want a reading. You put your money in the slot, and there you go. Oh. Okay, hold on, Tiara. Let me introduce myself, because right now you're just looking at the screen for the readings. But guess what? Tarot Illumination is real. This is a real person. I'm an amateur astrologer, amateur tarot reader. I do lots of, I guess you could call it spiritual counseling, things like that. And it seems to work. You know, if anybody actually ends up finding Tarot Illumination, it's actually very hard to find Tarot Illumination now for various reasons. So if you're here for a reason, Tiara. You're in the right place at the right reason with the right people at the right time. Ho ho! Okay, so there we go. Yeah, do a Cash App. Genius, you know what? I know what Path Traveler is going to tell me. I know what Love Tribe is going to tell me. Watch this. Ha, ha, ha. I'm a psychic, so I know. Okay. I don't know if this is going to work, but you're talking about some kind of Cash App thing. I don't know if your Cash Apps work with email, but this is the Tarot Illumination email. That's it. Thank you, Path. I don't know if your Cash App works with an email or something like that, but this is like if you have PayPal, for example, you can do this. This works with PayPal. And I think it works with Venmo. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know if anyone's ever tried it with Venmo. But anyway, so there we go. I don't really want to put my phone number out there. I'm sorry. I wish I felt enough courage. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, if you want to do that, basically that's really the only way I can accept it, because with PayPal you can actually put a like a credit card through. Anyway, here we go. Thank you, Tiara. If you have Venmo, try Venmo. See if Venmo works with email. I don't really know. I know I get money from people by Venmo, but I can't remember whether it's just your phone number or if you can use the email. But this is the email just in case you want to try it. A little book about at yahoo.com. Okay, let's go back to the Astrodoodle. Here we are. Cheers. Welcome, Tiara, by the way. Alright, so this is one thing that jumped out at me, and this is going to be a little bit of a problem for the rest of July, well, the rest of the Cancerian season. Now, some of you know I've been going on about this for years, literally years, because of this placement here. Pluto's in Capricorn, Jupiter's there, Saturn's there right now. We're right in the thick of it here on 12th July 2020. It all started in January 2020. And we're right in the middle of it right now. And we've just crossed a huge threshold. We're finished. This was the very last of the Cancer Capricorn eclipses. That was on the 4th of July, the American celebration for Independence Day. Sort of like the birthday of the United States. So, this is turning into a piece of history right now, but this energy is still very, very active. This energy here is still extremely active, and this is going to be with us for the rest of the year. Okay? This is going to start changing. And over the rest of this year, Mars is going to be going back and forth, retrograding and forwarding through, directing through Aries. So right now we have Chiron, Mars, and the Moon all very closely aligned in Aries. And the way I read this is that all of us are being asked to figure out very, very carefully with our communications, like think back and now start to think forward. What have we been saying? How have we been saying it? When have we been saying it? Who have we been saying it to? Where have we been saying it? And why have we been saying it? A lot of issues around communications for the last few weeks, which just happened to be the Mercury retrograde gliding over all these three eclipses. So my feeling is that we've been living through a period for these last few months with the heavy eclipses of insane, out of control communications. People saying things that they shouldn't. People basically lying. People withholding truth because they're scared to utter the truth. The fear of self. And so what I think my personal view is what's happening here is that we have just been exposed to ourselves, especially in America, at how exceptionally gifted we are at being our own worst enemies. I've been a witness to how, certain huge, famous, major platforms beginning with the letter F and letter Y, and letter G, and letters I are very, very good at censoring communications. They're doing it without our permission, okay? But what I'm sensing here is that it's like the Aries energy is like forcing us to look at our identity ourselves, and like, who are we really? What are we becoming? Where are we expressing our rage and our anger? And is it going in the right place for the right reasons? And so on. And where is the enemy? To me, this almost feels like the energy of rage, looking for a fight, picking for a fight, and you just randomly pick a fight with anyone who's closest to you. And that's a bit of a problem, because my view is that the really big fight is outside of the United States. We should be looking outside of the United States. China. Excuse me, hold on. Uh-oh, I've frozen. I have to completely do a reboot on my Zoomonomic things. There we go. Let's have a look. See if I can do this. Give me a second. Give me a second, people. I need to... Give me a second. I'm very sad, very annoyed. Everything's fucking, excuse my language, freezing. Okay. Give me a second. Everything has kind of got frozen here. Mercury is still in a very awkward position, let's call it. Oh, looks like I came back. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, so I did come back. Alright, so I'm just kind of clicking around at the moment. Please bear with me. I had a huge technical glitch. But what happened was that I got caught because my concern is that one of the big problems is outside the country. We obviously have to take care of our own communications. We should understand about how hostile we are becoming as citizens, as Americans, because this is an American channel. I live in America. I am actually American. And, I have my own views and feelings about things. And when I look at this particular astrodoodle, what I'm concerned about is like my accountability to myself. Like, am I pointing fingers? Am I blaming other people for my misperceptions? Are other people blaming me for their problems? So it's a very, to me it feels very, very volatile. And what I'm trying to do is actually look outside, because I personally feel okay. So what I'm looking out for the external enemy. Let me go back over here. Give me a second. The way I look at this is the United States has a lot of problems right now. The United States is born with the Capricorn Cancer axis. It's the most powerful axis in its chart, and it is heavily conflicted at the moment through the planetary aspects of 2020. And we've already had a lot going on, but we have a very serious one right now where we have to understand, like, who is the enemy? We are at war. Are we at war with ourselves? Why are we at war with ourselves? Is there any advantage to other people about why we are and when we are at war with ourselves? And have we lost our identity? Have we lost our sense of purpose, drive, mission? Have we become to realize how deeply wounded we are? How we have essentially wounded ourselves, okay? This leaves me huge question marks over here. And my feeling is what we should all be doing is asking questions. How have we been undermining ourselves for perhaps decades, hundreds of years? This is the whole population of America. How have we been undermining ourselves? How are we being our own worst enemies? And who is the real enemy? Where is the real enemy? And I had the same problem earlier. I keep getting this. Oh. Hold on. Chin. Okay, yeah, so that's what I feel right now. I'm sorry. I voiced a personal opinion. Oh, no. So anyway. Pretty Maker. Hello, Pretty Maker. I see you. I can do a little micro reading. Give me a second. Wow. Not sure what's happening to my brain. Alright, let's see. I'll just put this over here. Cheers. Thank you, Pretty Miyaka. Welcome to the show. Good evening. Alright, so where was I? Okay, I was just ranting on about the planets right now. It's the way for me it feels a little bit awkward, because that Mars stuff is going to be there. Chiron is going to be there in Aries for the rest of the year and up to 2027. Mars is going to go back and forth for the rest of this year, sitting right on top of Chiron. These are global placements. And what I think is what it feels to me is that it's just agitation, a lot of aggro, like anybody anywhere could pick a fight with anybody else. You could be perfectly innocent and then somebody or something comes up and like they're picking a fight with you. Or you could just suddenly blow off the handle because somebody triggers your own unevolved self where you have to respond where you feel you have to respond like retaliation, warlike, like, did you just look at me funny? Are you looking at me funny? Huh? Who are you? Who do you think you are looking at me that way? And nothing like that might have happened at all, but you might feel it. That's what I'm sensing with this particular alignment right now. And I don't see it going away too soon. I think there's a lot of blaming and shaming going on with this because there's a lot of volatility with the Mars energy. Like, I want to be me. I know I'm right. I know I have the right to be me. Look at what's happening with Hong Kong, okay? It's very, very dangerous to speak out in Hong Kong right now. But people are doing it anyway. There are a lot of young, vibrant, active people in Hong Kong who are resisting the big C, the CCP, the PRC, okay? So, and all the people who are protesting in Hong Kong it's like a violent protest. They're not hurting anybody, but it's an energy of deep anger at the extreme violation against the democracy of Hong Kong by the PRC, by the CCP. And they are protesting anyway, even though they know that the CCP could come and attack them with guns and bullets and tear gas and riot gear any moment in time. The protesters are protesting anyway. Okay? And what this is leading up to is 2021. When we start to hit 2021, there's a whole new vibe of energy coming in with the influx of Aquarian energy. Jupiter in Aquarius. Saturn's going to start edging back into Aquarius. And in 2024, there's going to be Pluto in Aquarius, okay? These are very different energies to what we're feeling right now. There's going to be a tremendous surge in humanity wanting fairness for the people. Basically, and the whole concept of democracy, not just democracy for the United States, Canada, England, Northern Europe, Australia, and New Zealand, and India. We're talking about a fight for democracy across the world. And the enemy of democracy is the plutocracy. Okay? That's the evil plutocrat institutions. Well, they're not evil. They're just who they are. And what they want is complete, utter, global control and domination. And they do that through subjugation of you. In America, you're basically a debt cow. So they find any way they can to keep you operating as a debt cow until you die as a debt cow. Do you want to live that way? I don't. I live on the debt farm, but I'm not a debt cow. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm getting all carried away and ranting. That's the Mars in Aries thing. I'm just spouting stuff out, whether I have a right to do it or not. I do have a right to do it. This is my channel, so I'm doing it, but I could easily get into trouble. There's a lot of things I would like to say right now, but the chances are my channel will get shut down, or I'd lose a lot of members. Okay, so I'm just like, sorry. Anyway, well, Tina. Hello, Tina. Oh, okay. Hold on. I got to take care of some post-it notes here. Urgent post-it note. Note to self. All right, here it is. Tina. Also, it looks like Tina's putting money towards the group reading. Hey, Pretty Maker. You might, if you want to hang around, we're going to do the group reading, okay? Because Tina has just sponsored some money for a group reading. So that could apply to you, even if you don't get your own big personal reading. I mean, you're kind of already sort of on board. You put, where was it? Okay, I saw that. You put the 199 in there, but just hang out with us, okay? Hi, Tina. Thank you for that. Tina is one of our regular visitors who has done huge amounts of homework on herself in coming to basically, what's that expression? Know thyself. And more and more people these days are turning to astrology and tarot as a way to know thyself, okay? You can go only so far in terms of school and psychology training classes and life experience. Sometimes you need to have a little bit of a glance, bit of a look behind the veil. And guess what? Tarot Illumination is the perfect place for that to happen. It's perfectly safe, it's non-GMO, everything's filtered, and everything's certified. Yeah. Hello, Sonia Sharma. It has been a long time. I do recognize that name. Greetings, Sonia. Thank you for coming and hang out with us. All right, let's get on with the readings, people. We got a bunch of people lined up waiting. I can't just sit here jabbering all day. So, let's see. First of all, gosh, I don't know about you, but this looks remarkably empty. There's a bit of a dribble there, but anyway, there's only one solution. Fill it up, baby. Fill her up. Now, you may think that for all you know, I have 6 other channels. Okay? TL1, TL2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. For all you guys know, I do this every night, 4 or 5 hours a night. And for all you know, I'm sitting here doing this every night. Ha ha! Well, I'm not. These are very rare events. It's just once a week that we're doing this. I'm trying to get back into a groove where I can do a little bit of a gesture on Wednesdays. I haven't picked up the nerve to do it yet, but eventually I'm hoping I can do Wednesday noon super chats, because that's really good for people like in India, Southeast Asia, Australia, New Zealand, Europe, okay? But it means I have to get up earlier and I have to do a lot of preparations, and I can't have any of my little special beverages. But it's okay, I can have my decaf. Yes, Sonia, I do remember. I remember your name very clearly. I can't remember what we talked about, but I know we have done something before, okay? All right, here we go. So, once I start doing the readings and things, you know, I kind of get into a little bit of a trance and I miss a lot of things on the chat, so please forgive me. And I will glance over now and again when I can to see if I'm in line. I'm going to be very, very trusting on divine intervention to keep us going through this and getting through this. This is my super ultra this here. As far as I'm concerned, our hands are holy, okay? Bless your hands, okay? Just remember how much of your life you live through your hands. So bless your hands and remind yourself how incredibly fortunate you are that we can even hang out and do this here in the first place. Okay, so let's go. Let's do this. Let's just do this. Sorry, as you can tell, I'm trying to pluck up the courage to do this. So let's do this. All right, Mars is in Aries right now, so how does that affect you? Very quirky, interesting question. We all have our own charts, as you know. And with Tarot Illumination, I like to dumb it down, keep it as simple, reduce and simplify. So this is what's in the heavens right now. There's a bunch of other things going on, but this is the thing that really concerns me. So what does that look like for you? If you're an Aquarius, it's going to be something like this. If you're a Virgo, it's going to be something like this. If you're a Cancer, it's this. And so on and so on. So just remember that. This is universal energy, but it also applies to you, the individual. All right, here we go. This is it, people. Gregory, you're up. So, Gregory, I didn't see too many notes on what I'm going to go is blind. I'm not going blind, but I'm going to do the reading blind. Unless you have an absolutely craving specific issue, I'd rather just go blind. No, I don't want to. I have to be so careful of our words. Oh, my gosh. Our words. Remember, words are very powerful. Written words, spoken words, very powerful things. Greetings, Sonia. All right, cards are well shuffled. Gregory Ross is asking, how best do I handle these energies? That's a very good question, actually, because... Okay, Gregory, this is actually good. This is a good way to start the show for everybody. It's almost like this could be a really universal question tonight for everybody. How do I best handle these energies? Well, for Gregory, basically he's saying, okay, Tarot Illumination, I'm translating. How do I handle this? Okay? What's the best way to handle this? Because this is very stressful. It's super stressful for anybody who has a very significant Capricorn, Cancer, Aries axis or hotspot in their chart. But this is stressful for anybody anyway. So let's have a look. So how does that affect you? All right, so Gregory is asking, that's another way of putting it. That's actually a very, very well phrased question. How do I best handle these energies? Okay? It might be a point for everybody here tonight to take note of that specific question and the exact words that Gregory used in the question. That is an example of a very well crafted question when you're dealing with the world of tarot. You know, tarot, again, it's a kind of a disclaimer. It's not fortune telling. All we're doing is interpreting energy. And if you think of Tarot Illumination as simply a conduit, I'm an instrument of the healing power of love. And all I do is transmit and receive energies. I receive energy, I transmit energy. I'm just very little different from a smartphone. Oh, I just saw your notes there, Sonia. Cheers. Well, nothing much has changed. We're still here. And I still have my little beverage. I'm just going to tuck that over there for the time being so we have some room. All right. So, for Gregory, how is Gregory going to best handle these energies? Love Triber, please don't make it any more complicated than it has to be. I'm going to go completely on trust here. Thank you all for your kindness and your generosity. I'm not sure how many readings I'll be able to handle tonight. We've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus a group reading. That's going to be using up a lot of Tarot Illumination resources, time and energy, so we'll see what happens. We'll see. I could probably handle one more on top of this. And sorry, but sometimes I get really carried away. So if you need to take a break or something, go ahead. But keep an eye on the clock. Keep a close eye on the time. So when it comes closer to your reading, you'll actually be here live. It's much better if you're actually here. All right, cards are well shuffled. Here we go, Gregory. I'm keeping it very clear tonight. No jumpers, no flyers, no reversals, none of that. The cards are beautiful enough. They have enough energy to read as they are. Okay, here is the situation. Now, the question is, let's go back. How do I best handle these energies? Okay, here's the situation with the energies. Here's the challenges with the energies. Here's how we're going to handle the energies. And let's have a look at the energies themselves as they pertain to yourself. Now remember, when I look at this, from the Tarot Illumination perspective, what I am doing, and this is for everybody here tonight, I'm really referring to this. this would be the backdrop. This would be way in the background, but it could be the way I interpret the card. I give myself permission to do anything that makes does justice to the reading, but this I take into consideration. Okay. So let's have a look. Wow. Okay. So calm down, Gregory. The Ace of Swords is here. But what I'm sensing is that this is more like a precursor for the Cancer new moon that is coming basically in about a week from now. Monday, the 20th of July, we have another Cancer new moon. A chance for new starts and new beginnings, new attitudes, new beliefs, new perceptions, new ways of communicating, new ways of listening. Okay? So, to me, this looks like a very important time period for you, where, to me, like, this reading is basically like a little bit of a heads up. It's like, hey, Gregory, heads up. We're coming up to a point in time where you need to take advantage of this. It is a moment of sacred opportunity. You don't have to, but you've worked for this and you've earned this, and it is coming to you. It's there. It's in alignment for you. And, okay, my screen just went bright orange. Guess who showed up? Guess who showed up unannounced? Gabby girl. All right, so Gregory, I'm going to interrupt the reading for a moment. That's a very, very loud message. So while it is still reverberating on the channel, let me make a note here for Gabby girl. Happy birthday. Wow, a birthday. Is it for you, Gabby girl? Is this for you? Greetings. Oh gosh. Okay, that's it. I'm not sure if I can take any more readings tonight. Thank you very much, everybody. You've been very, very kind. It's been a wonderful evening. Good night. Haha, I'm just joking. Sorry. Anyway. Thank you, Gabby girl. Thank you so much. I'm going to tuck this over here. But let's leave it at that. I don't think I can handle any more readings tonight, because I've got this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus the group reading. That's going to be enough. So whoever wants a real reading, you're going to have to either go to the channel tarotlumination.com and just order one, or you have to come back next week. All right, Gregory. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for indulging me. So, the way I see this right now, like, I'm not going to spend too much time repeating it, but to me this looks like the energy of golden opportunity. Golden opportunity, new starts and new beginnings. I know there's an awful lot of BS happening around the planet with, the news, the media, the virus, China, the economy, everything, all the horrible things that we talk about all the time on this channel. But for you, actually, let's do this properly. But for you, let's do this properly, give me a second. But for you, this is a time of opportunity. Just because the rest of the world is convulsing in its own way, it doesn't mean you have to get sucked down the drain with everybody and everything else. You know? Sorry, I'm shuffling the magic post-it notes, because that's the only way this show keeps going. Alright, so this particular July and heading into August, okay, to me it looks like it's good news for you. Right at the tippy end of July, we have another Cancer new moon. We already had a Cancer new moon eclipse, okay? And now we're coming up to another new moon, but it's not an eclipse. So we're just moving back into regular time. Things are going to be softening up a little bit for the rest of the year, but the problems are not going away. We still have multiple retrogrades for the rest of the year. We've got Mars in Aries retrograde for the rest of the year pretty much. And at the end of the year, after the big conjunctions with Jupiter and Pluto, and everything starting to shift in Aquarius in 2021, we have 6 months of very, very intense energy through which all of us are having to live, okay? Each one of us has to figure out our own unique way. So essentially what this reading is about for Gregory is like Path Traveler was saying, like, how do I make the best of this? It's almost like Path was saying, be a surfer. How are you going to ride the waves that work in the way that works best for you? So what is the situation itself? Okay, so with the Wheel of Fortune here, my feeling is that there is a lot at stake for you personally. And it's in such a way that, you know, for better or worse, every time you make a decision, whether it's a tiny decision or a big decision, it has serious consequences. Like if it's a very small subject matter and you make a decision, you're going to be aware of it. So my feeling is that for the rest of the year, starting from the end of July, you're going to be kind of in a vortex of energy where communications are incredibly important to the way that your life turns out, to the way it turns out in terms of what you might call fate. In other words, your own fate rests in your own hands. So, in alignment with tonight, this energy here, what I'm sensing is be acutely aware. Think of this as a very important marker for the rest of the year. Be very, very aware of like communications coming to you and communications that you are sending to others. What exactly are you saying? What is being intimated or between the lines? What are you saying? How are you saying it? When are you saying it? Where are you saying it? Who you are saying it to? And who, what, when, why, where, and how. 6 elements, okay? Who, what, when, why, where, how, okay? Communications. Be acutely aware of it. So in other words, check your language. Check your communications. The letters that you receive, the emails that you receive, the phone calls that you receive, the letters, phone calls, and emails that you send out. All of them have like significance, larger than normal, okay? And this is, I feel, is very much to do with the Jupiter energy. Like it's amplified. In other words, if you make a good decision, like if you make a good decision, or when you make a good decision, and when you do communicate things in the right way, at the right time, with the right people, for the right purpose, at the right place, then that really works for you. Okay? However, it works just as much the other way. So in other words, if you say, email, phone, the wrong thing at the wrong time with the wrong person, it could really undermine you or trip you up. So I see a lot of Jupiter energy here. Good fortune, Jupiter. But it means you have to be very alert, okay? Like Path was saying, think of it as surfing. But think of it as big wave surfing, okay? I'm serious. Hold on, give me a second here. Okay, so Gregory, if you think like normally like surf waves, think of the lunar patterns, think of the planetary patterns. Everything kind of moves in waves. What this reading is suggesting to me is that the waves have big implications. Like it goes like this, and then like this, and then like this, and like this. So basically, you don't want to be on the wrong side of the wave. Because if you're on the good side of the wave, it's great. So you can ride the ups and you can ride the downs. But if you just like momentarily lose it, you end up on the wrong side of the wave, and that's ah. It's not the end of the world, but it's a big crash, and then you have to do a lot of recovery. Just watch some big wave surfer documentaries, okay? And you'll see what I'm talking about. I'm not a natural surfer. I've done body surfing, I've done boogie board surfing, but I've had so many accidents in the ocean and in water that I'm pretty scared to do any of that stuff now. But to me, it is amazing. There are documentaries out there regarding big wave surfing. It might be really interesting for you, Gregory, to watch a couple of those crazy docs. Okay, now what's the problem here? King of Swords. Okay, so to me it feels like there's a little bit of a self-consciousness issue here. A little bit of a let's say, credibility, where now that we've explained this, now that we have exposed the significance of this energy, what does that mean? It means that there is a lot at stake. What is very, very important is that the truth counts, but it's also like a very significant thing when you are someone who calls out the truth, who speaks the truth, writes the truth, represents the law, represents justice, represents the highest ideals. Then there's a high degree of accountability that goes with it. And so to me it looks like this reading is hinting that there are a lot of implications with you personally for the rest of this year, like going forward as a representative of truth and justice and honesty. That means the levels of scrutiny increase higher and higher and higher, especially as you become more and more public. In other words, as more and more people look to you or count on you as someone who represents truth, justice, honesty, that puts a higher burden on yourself to carry that energy. And sometimes that's really hard to do. A lot of people would rather not put themselves in the public arena because of this kind of pressure. They don't want this kind of pressure. People don't want to be held accountable to this level. And so it's very understandable. This is not the end of the world, but what I'm sensing here is that you're aware that you personally are essentially viewed as some kind of an authority figure. Now, as an authority figure, could that be working for or against people who are looking at you? In other words, if you are standing up for truth, justice, honesty, and authority, and you're willing to go into the unknown and risk everything to do that, knowing that what you say, how you say it, where you say it, who you say it to, and when you say it has consequences. In other words, it would be very easy for you to offend somebody or some groups of people, and yet you still have to keep going. That's very, very, very tough position to be in. And it's almost like, you know, like being a president, like President Trump, for example. Everybody knows on planet Earth about President Trump. A lot of people know that he is deeply despised and loathed and feared and hated by people, even though he is someone who's actually deeply in love with America. It's a very difficult energy to understand, but he does. I'm not comparing you to Trump. What I'm suggesting is that as a kind of a storyline, you have to go forward. The challenge is facing into justice, facing into your fortune, into your good opportunities here, knowing that there are certain people out there that might not actually be in alignment with you personally. In other words, their subjective truth might be deeply out of alignment with your subjective truth. However, what you have is universal truth on your side. It's just that it gets very scary when universal truth is attacked by subjective truth. It feels personal. So how are you going to handle that? How are you going to stand up to all of this? Very carefully. Okay? So with the Two of Pentacles here, my feeling is with all these retrogrades coming up, I'll just show you. Hold on, stay there. Now I'm using this little chart at the moment because this is all I have, but it's still quite helpful. You see all these dark areas? These represent the retrogrades. It's a ton of retrograde energy. We are here right now. Part 2 for Nikki's question. Oh gosh. Hey, All Sun, that's it. I can't take any more readings. Thank you, All Sun. I have to put a stop to it now. That's the last All Sun for Nikki. Okay, let me do that. It's going to be a long night, people. I can tell already. I'm sorry about that. All Sun. Part 2 for Nikki's question. Part 2 for Nikki. Okay, I'm going to put that over here. No more bookings tonight. Thank you very much. You're very kind. You're very generous. I wish I could do this, all night long, but I can't. Thank you, All Sun. Please, everybody, enjoy the show. All right. So, what I'm sensing here, Gregory, is like this is a land of opportunity for you. This is a time of golden opportunity. Big wave surfing, but it does mean it's a high risk environment. It means you're going to be very, very exposed. You're going to be very, very accountable. And that can be very scary. In other words, like people are watching you. So how do you deal with it? My feeling here with the Two of Pentacles is very, very carefully. One step at a time. One decision at a time. One word at a time. One document. One communication at a time. The communications that are coming into you, consider that. The communications that are coming out from you, consider that. Because there's a potential for a lot of turbulence, okay? Turbulence, okay? And you have to get through all of this. In many ways, even though this could be really scary to a lot of people, the way I look at it for you, Gregory, is that these retrogrades can work in your favor. In other words, any time a certain communication comes to you, or anytime you feel you have to express a communication, take your time. Take your time about it. Do the edits, do the revisions. Sit on it for a while. When somebody responds to you and says, "Hello, Gregory, thank you for blah, 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 blah," do not respond immediately. Take your time to think about the true tone and the true intentions of the communications and the implications. Sleep on it. Dream on it. Ask for help from your invisible friends. Then make your response okay? And the same thing, like if they're coming at you with communications, you're going to them with communications. Like the worst thing you could do is respond immediately to an email or a letter, to a phone call. The best thing that you could do is really take your time and process everything in a very, very, let's say, orderly manner, doing huge amounts of filtering. See all these retrograde energies here? Walls and walls and walls of retrograde. It keeps going and going for the rest of the year. Okay? Almost the rest of the year. Okay? It lightens up towards December, but you have a long time. It's a long time. See, we're starting here. So please be patient. Okay? So the way to handle your situation is very carefully, in very, very measured steps, measured communications. Every word, double, triple check every word. Even though Mercury retrograde is finished now, Mercury's going direct, that's working for you, but you still got all of those other retrogrades. Please be very patient, take your time, do what has to be done, and then you will own the situation. If you respond out of fear, in other words, it's very, very tempting to respond from fear. It's very tempting to become very volatile and speak first and then worry about the consequences later. That's actually the worst thing that you could do. The best thing you could do is understand that there is like so-called like an invisible enemy. Understand them, read them, and then respond. Do not react. The key, I guess the key thing of this message here is be prepared to respond. Okay? Do not react. Reaction is a problem. Response is the way to go. Measured, careful responses. Take control. Take advantage of the opportunities. Be prepared to be scrutinized. Be prepared to be challenged. Hold your ground, understanding that you are representing truth, justice, honesty, and integrity. Hold your ground and make all your moves and decisions in a very, very calculated, piecemeal manner so that you're not overwhelmed. Okay? You can do this, Gregory. You totally got this, okay? Yep. All right, here we go. I'm going to cut this up now. We're going to go on to Melanie. Melanie, are you still here? Sorry, it took a long time just to get the first reading done. Thanks, Gregory. Onward. We're going to go to Melanie now. So check in, Melanie. Let us know who you are. Again, remind us where you are. And if you've got any last minute notes, please pump them on the screen. Otherwise, I'm going to give you a completely blind reading. Cheers. All right, let's move Sarah up here. And Pretty Maika. Tina's over here. So, Nikki. Oh my gosh. Seriously, people, I can't take any more readings. I can't handle it, okay? I have to give Nikki her own card because she's... But I'm going to put a bracket around this because I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to have the energy to give you a full and proper reading. Allsun already put a bunch of money in the pot for you. So I'm just going to do that and just do that. Okay. Melanie. Melanie. Let's have a look. Dual reading. Whoa, yeah. Okay. So let me just check in. I need to check in with Melanie, see if Melanie's still around. Melanie, it's your turn. I can't remember where you are. I know it's very late for a lot of people. So if you could just check in with, if you're still here, Melanie, could you type it on the screen and let us know? Yeah, I'm here. All right. And then we'll get on with your reading. We've only got a couple minutes, so sometimes it depends on the evening. But right now, Melanie, if you really have a burning issue, you could say something like this: what messages do you have for me tonight, Tarot Illumination, regarding the subject of ... And you don't have to say much, okay? It could be like a person, a name, health, finance, home, children, family, career, whatever that is, okay? Just something. Otherwise, I'll give you a completely blind reading, okay? It's up to you. I like doing blind. I love it. I love it. Let's have a look. Okay, sorry, I'm just glancing over at the chat. I just want to see what's going on. What did I do? What did I do? What have I done? What have I done? Okay. I'm just trying to catch up with Nikki and Allsun. We'll sort it out because it's going to be a while before we get there anyway, okay? Oh, okay. It's all one big thing for Nikki. Okay. Thank you. Whew! Melanie, where are you? Melanie McCall. Melanie McCall. Melanie McCall, where are you? Doopy doopy doo. Melanie McCall. Okay, I'm going to shuffle. I'm just going to shuffle it all up because we need to shuffle anyway. Okay. I do hope Melanie is here. Melanie, if you're not here, then do trust that you will get your reading. It'll be a blind reading, and it'll be available to you on the action replays on the channel probably tomorrow. Okay? Nikki, okay, one reading. Okay, so Nikki, we'll get back to you in a while. It's going to be a while. We've got to do Melanie, Sarah, Pretty Mika, Tina, and Gabby Girl. We've also got a group reading. Please, no more bookings. I can't handle it. I won't be able to handle it. I'll end up underserving you guys. I can't do that. I don't want to do that. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I hope I can handle it. This is kind of what happens at a tarot party. I can only handle so many readings, so I have to be really kind of strict about it. Otherwise, you know, it's not good for you, it's not good for TL. Alright, let's have a look. Here we go. Melanie McCall seems to have disappeared. Maybe she's taking a break. Don't worry about it. Hold on. Alright, give me a second. Okay, I'm still shuffling. I just need a little bit more shuffles. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Right, what I'm going to do, give me a second everybody, because I'm going to go scrolling back through the chats in case I missed something, because Melanie came in pretty early, and I just want to see if I missed something. No, she didn't send any notes at all. She didn't send any, Melanie didn't send any notes. I just scrolled through the chat. There's no notes. I don't know what's happening, Melanie, but I got a little something over here. I'm getting like what I guess I would call it like a flutter of anxiety, like some kind of regret. It's almost like, oh God, I wish I hadn't bought this reading. Like I'm not sure I really want to do this after all. Like, I want to get out of here. Okay, well it's too late, but you're gonna get your reading anyway. And it might be, maybe I'm just, okay, hold on, give me a second, Melanie. I feel like I'm getting some kind of like secondary, I don't know what to call it, impulse feeling or something. Like I feel a bit of static right now, and so like, I decided to go because I'm not sure what it is, but there's some kind of static going on, Melanie. Well, it's not even static. What I'm sensing is a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of regret. Now, I don't know what or why. So I'm just going to go and do a blind reading. N. Edwards. I just saw your name pop up on the screen. N. Edwards. Okay, Melanie, here we go. It's all about you now. For some reason, even though you're not on the screen, Melanie, I'm sensing that you're very present here right now. And, oh my gosh. Melanie? Melanie? Hold on. Okay, I'm picking up a sense, an energy, a little bit of like a anxiety, a little bit of desperation, a bit of like regret, like I hope this is good, or I wish I hadn't booked this reading, or I hope something's good's going to come out of it. I sense a lot of uh, distress, some kind of distress, some kind of anxiety. I don't know what it is. Love, relationship, money, finance, health, career, home, family, children, siblings. I'm not sure what it is. Um, um, don't worry, okay? Don't worry. Don't you worry, okay? Just hang in, Melanie, okay? Hang in. I get all sorts of clients. I get all sorts of readings. And tonight I feel like, okay, cards are well shuffled. I'm not going to shuffle anymore. We're good. I'm just going to cut them up. A very classical three-way split, because that's what tarot readers do. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather. Same thing. Okay, Ace of Cups. Oh, goodness. Okay, another ace. So, Melanie, feels to me like there's something really significant happening in your life right now. And there's a lot of, I would say, expectation. Now, tonight in this reading, we have these little planetary alignments. And so I'm giving myself personally the liberty of trying to interpret this about how this works for you. So my feeling is that you're aware. Okay, I don't know anything about you, but this is universal energy, and so the question is, how does this affect you in your own personal chart, your solar chart, your natal chart, whatever it is, however it is. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm doing my best to pick it up in a way that is most valuable, most useful to you. So what I'm sensing over here is the energy of hope regarding the ability of love to flow in your life. It's almost very simple. It's just like, to me it feels like, number one, like a big question. Is there any chance? Is there any hope for me for a truly genuine loving energy to flow into my life? Now, the flip side of that is that, are you fully ready, willing, and able? Are you feeling worthy and deserving and open to receive love? Okay? To me, it looks like there's a lot at stake here. To me, it feels like there's the energy of love. I don't know what that is, like love of a child, love of a parent to you, love of a boyfriend or girlfriend, or some kind of thing to which your heart is very, very closely aligned. Probably mostly to do with relationship. So with the Ace of Cups here, my feeling is that this is well earned. It's well deserved. Like, the opportunity is there. Okay? But it's sort of like, in a way, it feels like it's a bit of a high-risk thing, because you don't really know. With this, again, I'm going to go back to the same notes that I felt with Gregory. Let's take advantage of the Cancer new moon here around the 20th. So, look at it this way. From July 20th all the way to the full moon, which is going to be around August the 1st or 2nd or 3rd, something like that. Please take advantage of this Ace of Cups energy. Please think of it as a chance for new starts, new beginnings for you, in terms of how you are loving and how you are loved. And take full ownership. In other words, For the healing power of love to flow into your life from up above, you have to feel worthy, deserving, open. You have to feel ready, willing, and able to receive love, to be a recipient, okay? To be a transceiver. Okay, Melanie, this is very personal. Okay? So with the Ace of Cups here, my feeling is that there's a lot at stake. Maybe it's a person. Like this whole energy of what if, what are the chances of something really good and loving coming to me, Melanie? Well, a lot of that is contingent upon like you know, that concept I talk about on the channel, be loving and be loved. Be loving and be loved. And it's easy for me to say, but it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do. And so, what would that mean to you, being loving? So, if you have very high levels of expectation of being loved, also understand that for that to work, it has to be, it has to go both ways. Being willing to be very, very loving. And you might be under a lot of pressure, a lot of, what's the word? It feels like the standards have been set very high. Like you have set very high standards for yourself to be loving and to be loved. And so when you do that, sometimes what can happen is there's the potential for great disappointment. I'm not going to say you're going to be disappointed, but when you raise the standards very high and you make sure that I am going to be loving, I am loving, I am loved, okay? Then that sets the standard very high for yourself, which sets the standard very high for the others, okay? So, it is an energy of sacred opportunity. Let's just say this is like a bit of a ticking clock, okay? And think of the end of July into August. It's time for you now to prepare yourself and align yourself, perhaps by doing something like this. What I would suggest is do a little invocation like I do here. Say these words to yourself. Take advantage of the energies coming up when you have the Cancer new moon. And a few days after the new moon, do like a new moon invocation. I would chant it to myself like 3 times in a row. I am worthy. I am deserving. I am open to receive. I am ready. I am willing. I am able to receive. And then you change the tone. I am worthy. I am deserving. I am open to receive. I am ready. I am willing. I am able to receive. And then to overcome the questions of doubt, this is what it would sound like. I am worthy. I am deserving. I am open to receive. I am ready. I am willing. I am able to receive love. Okay? But that also implies giving. Okay? So what's the situation? Okay, to me it feels like you've kind of set yourself up with a challenge, and you know it, and that's just how it is. You can deal with it. You're going to handle it because you know you have to. It's like it feels to me like your heart is set on a certain particular outcome. You would like things to be a certain way. You have done a lot of work on yourself, in your life, in your world, for things to be a certain way. There's perhaps a lot of potential that things are not going to come out a certain way, but you are persevering anyway. You're putting a lot of pressure on yourself, okay? It seems like you set yourself up to very high expectations and a potential of everything that goes with it, okay? So, let's keep going. Okay, what's the challenges here? Okay, there's a certain degree of naivety and innocence if you're honest with yourself, and that does not have to be an impediment. If you are scared that you really actually don't know what this is all about, Melanie, if you're scared that, doesn't matter how old you are, doesn't matter about your race, your religion, color, your looks, your beauty, whatever, what I'm sensing here is like the state of your heart, the condition of your heart. To me, it feels like you've kind of worked yourself to the point where you are actually worthy, deserving, and open. You are ready, willing, and able. But you've set the standards, you've set the bar, you've set the qualities, the expectations very high. And, why not? But the problem is that you might be exposed to your own innocence, your own naivety, your own vulnerability when it comes to, let's say, matters of the heart, matters of being loving and being loved. However you describe that, siblings, parents, children, a spouse, a loved one, a lover, whatever that is. To me, it feels like in some ways you're very, very scared of yourself. You're very, very scared of your innocence being violated, your heart, your pure loving energy being screwed over, being taken advantage of. And that's a very legitimate fear. Okay, so let me have a look. How are we going to handle it? Okay, you kind of have to believe it to see it. Have you ever heard that expression before, Melanie? Okay, there's a lot of self-confidence issues going on here in this reading. Very, hold on. Okay, Melanie, I'm getting all sorts of weird stuff here. It's as though you're here, but you're not. But I'm feeling it very much here. Part of it feels like, even though I might be not talking about the details, it feels to me like what you're saying is, TL, I thank you. I'm glad you understand. Like, I am a bit scared. I am a bit terrified. I do have high expectations. I am vulnerable. I know I've set myself up. I know I need to work on myself, okay? But it's like, it's all like coalescing into this like frothy energy of like I know I'm worthy. I know I'm deserving. I know I'm open. I know I have to do that. But I also suffer from lack of confidence, from an awareness that I am innocent, that I am vulnerable. And like, I don't want to screw up. I can't screw up. I don't deserve to screw up. I don't deserve to be screwed over by anybody. I'm a good, loving person. Okay? And yet, that little Page of Cups is almost like, I don't know if I can handle it. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know. I'm feeling a lot of that, but I'm also feeling on top of it, like, I'm glad you understand, TL. Thank you. And so then my job now as the reader from outer space is just like, okay, so Melanie, how do we handle this? It's like, with that Six of Wands, what I was trying to say earlier is like, it's this whole concept. It's like this Zen thing. I was actually, I think, talking about it with Love Triber earlier today. Or was it yesterday? Okay, listen very carefully, okay, Melanie? You have to believe it to see it. Got it? Now, a lot of people, when you're living in a three-dimensional life, cars, jobs, money, chores, tasks, gotta go to bed, gotta wake up, work to do, stuff to do, bills to pay, just living your life in a very three-dimensional aspect. What happens is the default setting switches into, you know what? I have to see it to believe it. Can you see how that can be very self-defeating? In other words, if great expectations, great love are yours by right, but if you're coming from a perspective like, I don't know if this is ever possible, I have to see it to believe it, then can you see how you've just completely blocked off huge opportunities and chances for that to happen? However, with the Six of Wands, the energy of victory is basically, let's flip it all around. Imagine you're a used car salesman. You always believe you're going to be able to sell that car. Even if the car's a junker, even if it's overpriced, even if you lose money on it, you're going to find a way, because that's how you make your living as a used car salesman. You assume the win. You believe that you're going to get the sale. And so, let me go back to the reading. With the Six of Wands here, it's like you have to believe in yourself. Okay, Melanie? You have to actually believe that you deserve to win. You deserve to love. You deserve to be loved. Okay? You deserve both. You deserve be loving, be loved. But instead of, oh, I don't know if it's going to work or not. Oh my God, I've set myself up with so many expectations. What happens if it all falls apart? No. You go back to the thing like, you know what? I have to believe it to see it. So the way you get back into the energy, you have to believe it to see it, is that you recite this stuff to yourself. You do this by invocation. You flip the fear around. Say it to yourself, okay? I am worthy. I am deserving. I am open to receive love. I am ready. I am willing. I am able to receive love. And just say it. Like every night for, let's say, a week. Starting from the new moon. Or you could do it right now. You could start tonight and get yourself all primed up for the Cancer new moon at the end of the month. Okay? Assume the win. Believe in yourself, no matter how much doubt you might have. No matter how innocent you are, how vulnerable you might be. Okay? It takes a lot of courage to love and be loved. But you can do it. Thank you, Melanie. Let's have a look. Wow. Melanie, I hope that works for you. You're probably going to see this on the action replay. Okay. Bless you. All the best. You'll be fine. Don't be scared. Okay? You have to believe it to see it. So, believe in it. There you go. Alright, let's shuffle it up, people. Next up, we've got Sarah Nova. Sarah Nova has multiple issues going on here. I don't know what's actually going to come up in the reading, Sarah, but we're going to find out very soon. Partnership issues, career matters for Sarah Nova over there in Atlanta. So in Atlanta, right, it's very late at night. It's already bedtime, Sunday night. You're painting. You're up at night painting. Oh, okay. All right. So let's just shuffle it up. Once I've got this shuffled up, I have to go get another beverage. Hey, Frito-Lee, what's going on? Oh my gosh. Here we go. One more. Let's just do it again just to be extra safe. And I need a couple more. There we go. For a nice soft landing. Alright, stay there, Sarah. Don't go away. Yeah, let's not focus. Let's just focus on clarity. I use the situational spread. I know it doesn't look like much. It's just 3 little cards with a backup. But it is like going into a major card dealer and plugging into the diagnostics. Okay? Here we go. Stay there. Okay, I know I have some strange habits compared to some people, the way they have their beverages, but I don't really care. I'm switching over to the fermented grape juice. And I just pray that I don't spill it. Cheers, everybody. Let me say hello and good evening to Sarah. Sorry, my glasses are slipping. Cheers, Sarah. All right. Let's see how this works. Cards are nicely shuffled. I'm just going to do one last little pass. Sarah Nova, you might be one of these people right now who is highly susceptible to the planets, okay? Because the planets, there's a lot of what I would call aspects going on right now. You don't have to tell anybody, you don't have to say anything, but for example, Sarah, if you have any significant Capricorn, Cancer, Aries elements in your own natural astrological chart, you could be getting very seriously triggered right now. You don't have to know anything about your astrology. It doesn't matter. We're going to do it. This is a tarot reading. But I just do this for people who are interested. So, for example, tonight, right now, live on Tarot Illumination Sunday Night Live, 12th of July 2020, we have some very heavy, serious aspects. And I think what's happening is that we are being very, very challenged to be accountable to ourselves. Okay? Are you your own worst enemy? Or is someone else outside of you a cause for concern? Okay? So be very, very careful. This is very volatile energy. This is the energy of shoot first, ask questions later. So it takes a huge amount of self-control to be able to handle this energy so that you enjoy the benefits of this. You do not have to be a victim of this. This is very challenging, but you don't have to be a victim. Like we were talking about with Gregory earlier, you can look at this as big wave surfing, and then you learn how to ride this stuff. It's very challenging, but it can be handled, okay? Don't worry about your chart, Sarah. Don't even worry about it. Capricorn rising. Okay, if you're Capricorn rising, then this is a highly significant reading. Capricorn rising, you don't have to say anything else. So, if what Sarah is indicating is Capricorn rising, this is what it would look like for Sarah. So the Mars energy areas is happening at the foundations of her life in terms of home, family, structure, I don't know, it could be new starts, new beginnings. I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised if we get back to the new moon in Cancer again towards the end of the month, even though we just had the eclipses. Remember, we've just gone through a barrage of eclipses that would affect Sarah right here. Hold on, born 11:30 November 14th, 19. So you're a Scorpio. Okay. So let's make this your chart over here. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to make this a solar chart, okay? I'm going to put Scorpio on the horizon and Taurus on the descendant. So as you can see, the Cancer-Capricorn axis is over here on the 9th and the 3rd house, with emphasis over here in the 6th house. So this is all about big travels, big education, maybe new starts and new beginnings in expanding your life, new horizons in your life, and at the same time, what does that look like in like the roots that you have in your life? Over here, with all that energy in the Aries, maybe you're dealing with like work and career and job issues. Lots of potential excitement, activity, dynamic stuff happening in the work career area. Also, by the way, if you're Capricorn rising, then for sure you're going to have relationship issues, because then you'd be looking at this. In the Capricorn rising chart, it would look like this. Okay? So, for example, if you're considering marriage, or if you're looking at a relationship or a job where your relationship dynamics are very, very important. One-on-one relationships where there's nowhere to hide, where you're in their face and they're in your face for better or worse. All the best of you, all the best of them. Okay? So, lots of transformation going on, and let's take advantage of this, okay? Hey Sarah, if you really need to get into this with those details here, so I do personal readings, by the way, and what we would do is I would do some of the astrological homework in advance so that if we meet up, then you would have all your time for your reading. I wouldn't be spending hours going through all the astrology stuff. Don't worry about your chart for now. We're just doing a mini reading. Sorry, I kept shuffling and I kept shuffling and I kept shuffling. So it makes total sense that you would be asking about perhaps relationship dynamics, love and relationship. And also with all of that, where is it? I'm rising over here. Okay. Because you have if you're Capricorn rising, you're having huge amounts of pressure over in the foundations of your life and world. And the way out of that is to look for new career prospects, new career opportunities over here in the 10th house, okay? So let's get on with it, your actual reading. What's the core message here? Let's have a look. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And I'm going to go back to the charts yet again, the astrodoodles, over here. This is freaky, people. We have another ace. Ace of Pentacles here tonight, okay? New starts and new beginnings for Sarah. Again, I'm feeling that this is all about getting aligned with the Cancer new moon early next week. Okay, not today, not this week, but like Monday, Tuesday. Basically, everything from the 20th until like the 4th of August, okay? I would say this is a golden opportunity for new starts and new beginnings when it comes to, I would say, the physical, material aspects of life. Some people would just say purely about money, career, new starts, new beginnings in career, and it might be something to do with the home. In other words, if you're very housebound, if you are very loving, if you really like being at home, maybe you're considering like, am I moving home to move to a career? Am I moving a career so that I can work from home? Things like that. Sort of the home career axis would be heavily accented right now. A lot of volatility, a lot of potential. So new starts and new beginnings, I would say, in career. And that affects you at the home, which affects you in relationships when you look at the Capricorn rising chart. So there's a lot of stuff all bound up in this Cancer new moon. Okay? The Cancer new moon would be, if you're a Capricorn rising, the Cancer new moon is going to affect you right here. We just had the full moon, okay? But now we're going over to here. So new starts and new beginnings in relationship. We're talking about significant one-on-one relationships, which could be career, you know, like an employer or a partner. Maybe if you're self-employed or you're starting a business, or maybe like some people, like it's a mom and pop business. Some people get married and they do business together. You could also look at this as abundance. Like if you're kind of on a roll right now, Sarah, like a lot of people are suffering right now, but you might be one of the lucky ones. Okay, there are other people on Earth who are doing extremely well right now, despite all the insanity that you see in the media. What's the situation itself? Okay. So with the Page of Cups here, my feeling is that there's like, in other words, it's almost like if you already knew the answers to all of this, you wouldn't be here having this tarot reading. With the Page of Cups, my feeling is that it's an open admission that I still have a lot to learn, including love, including relationship, and how does that work in the very big picture in my life. It's like some people, like I was reading this beautiful story today about like a farming family that moved from one country to another, and it was a husband and wife team, and they work as one person. The husband and wife are working as one person, and they had a lot of innocence about them. They were born into farming, and they were born into cows and cattle, so they had all that. But when they were very young, when they started their new enterprise, and they knew that they had so much to learn, but they did it anyway, and they just trusted in the healing power of love. So with the Page of Cups here, my feeling is that you already know this. You already know that, like basically say, you don't really have your act together in the way that you would like to, in the way that you deserve. You know that you have some growth and opportunity ahead of you, and you would, it's almost like you would love to, it's almost like starting from life from scratch again. But it's about doing it in a way that is very, I would say, very pure, so that, so it's like you're not just doing things for the money. In other words, you're not just hooking up with someone, for the convenience of a relationship, or you're not just doing a job for the money if it sucks. To me, it feels like what you really want to do is be very closely aligned with relationship dynamics and career dynamics that are very, very closely aligned with your heart center. Okay? Hold on, give me a second. So, it's like over here, like with this little Page of Cups, it's just like, I know I don't know everything. I know I'm innocent. I know I'm vulnerable. I know I have expectations. I know that I deserve love. I know that I'm capable of loving. Okay? I can do that. I can be loving. I can be loved. But there's like a whole landscape in front of you that is as yet unexplored. And what we're looking at is, for the rest of 2020, you're taking the first steps into like a new chapter. The first steps into like a whole new world, like a wilderness, a wide open wilderness, a wide open landscape for you, on the understanding that in some ways your innocence is a valuable gift. So that means you're not going to be contaminated, you're not going to be bitter and resentful from huge amounts of pain and suffering in the past. You're starting from scratch, new hopes, new beginnings, from a place of purity and innocence and love. Okay? Let's go back. Let's have a look. Okay, so what's the problem here? Let's have a look. We're talking about, this is a broad reading. Okay. Okay, with the Seven of Swords here, my feeling is that there's part of you. Okay, let's just say, look at this with the love aspect. There's the innocence, the sweetness, the kindness, and the good intentions, and the awareness that you don't really have a full grasp of the broader implications of what love and relationships mean for you in the long term. But you do know that this is a moment of sacred opportunity coming up for you in 2020. So you're going to go for it. With the Seven of Swords here, there's this fear of like, am I going to get screwed over? Is anybody out there going to abuse me, defile me, take advantage of me, take advantage of my innocence, try and manipulate me, and basically get whatever they can out of me simply because of my innocence or my naivety or my high expectations or my vulnerability? And that's a very legitimate fear, whether it's love and relationships or whether it's career. You're perfectly entitled to be scared of getting screwed over, okay? Also, this is going to sound a little bit, okay. Okay, Sarah. With this, I have to add another layer to the reading here. With this one, like, if you happen to be one of these people who's very kind of pure, sweet, innocent, all you want to do is the right thing. I just want to love. I want to be loved. I want a good life. I deserve it. I have been loving. I have been loved. I want to be loving. I want to be loved. I want to be successful. I just, very pure stuff, okay? If you are scared of going out to get what you want and doing what you have to do to get what you want, using your intelligence, your wits, your opportunities, your situations. In other words, if you are partially ashamed and embarrassed about your good fortune, perhaps you're very attractive, perhaps you're very intelligent, perhaps you're very comfortable, or perhaps you come from a good situation, and yet you might be one of those people who's still very vulnerable. And sometimes it happens where people are ashamed of their good fortune, and they don't want to take advantage of their good fortune. They don't want to live their good fortune because they're ashamed of their good fortune. You don't have to feel that way. There's no point in it. All you're doing is harming yourself. You don't have to do that if you have that little bit in your nature. So let's have a look. How are you going to handle this? This is kind of an awkward reading. It's like there's these different energies from different angles that are actually quite hard to handle simultaneously. So don't be scared. Don't be worried about it. But you need to be aware of the bigger landscape. So how are we going to deal with this? Okay. With the Ten of Pentacles here is, to me it feels like the way to get centered, the way to take advantage of this situation here is to understand, be like, the attitude of gratitude is very, very important. Not everybody on this planet, in this world, has your assets, your gifts, your resources, your talents, your abundance, your family, your advantages, whatever they are. That's not your fault, okay? What the Ten of Pentacles here is saying is, be grateful. Be grateful that you have what you have and that you are who you are. Even if there's a high degree of innocence, don't worry about it. Even if you might be ashamed of, let's say, taking advantage of your good fortune, do not let that stop you. And this is a very powerful message that you need to make the best of your good fortune. Like, whatever it is. Intelligence, education, status in society, beauty, money, the abilities, your credentials, your schooling, your academics, your career, whatever it is. Do not apologize. Be grateful and then optimize it. Make the most of it. In other words, if you, it's almost like, understand like you have certain good things going for you. And do not apologize for that. All that list of stuff, I don't want to keep repeating it, but it feels like a very strong message here, Sarah. It's really, really important to optimize your talents, optimize your gifts, take full advantage of your vantage point. And don't apologize, just be grateful, sincerely, deeply, truly grateful for who you are and what you have. and then that becomes a gift to others, okay? I hope that makes sense. And also, so it's like, I mean, it's almost like take advantage of it in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, it's not, sorry, Sarah, hold on. It's not about just, like, haha, let's just take it, let's see what we can do with this, let's take advantage of this. To me, it feels like it's an obligation not to take advantage of your good fortune, but to optimize your good fortune. There's a difference between optimizing and screwing people over or getting screwed over, or like you used the word hustling there. Instead of hustling, maybe think of the word like optimizing. Okay? So, with the Ten of Pentacles, the way to go forward is to optimize your gifts, your talents, your resources, your relationships, your ability to love and be loved, your home, your family, your assets, all of your assets. Make a list of all the top 10 assets that you have, whatever it is, like a degree in this, a bunch of money from that, good family genetics, DNA, a good education, a blah, 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 this or that, a good relationship, whatever it is. Like, oh my God, I've got running water, I've got a shower, I've got plumbing, I have electricity, I have an internet. All of those things are incredibly valuable assets. Do not take that for granted. Be extremely acutely aware of how abundant you are, and then optimize that even farther. And don't apologize. There's no shame for it. Okay? So I hope that makes sense. Okay? Thank you, Sarah. You'll be fine. Alright. On with the show. Pretty Maker. I don't know if you're still here. Your reading is up. We've had some very generous donations tonight. Thank you, everybody. It's going to be a long night, so if you need a break or you want to set your alarm and come back later, that's fine too. Or you can watch it all on the action replay, but I just have to keep going. We're going to have very little time for any kind of breaks tonight. I'll probably have to take a break at some point, but right now we need to keep going. Actually, no, this might be a good opportunity for a little break. If we had tonight, okay, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 readings to do. I don't know if I can handle all this. I'm serious. It's a lot of readings. I'm going to have to put a question mark by the group, because that's a very demanding reading. Put that over here. Cheers, everyone. I see your notes, Sarah. I see your notes. Yes, Pretty, I'm going to do a completely wide open reading for you. Thank you. I love having the chance to do completely open readings. Thank you. Mr. Eastman, thank you for your contribution. I will take a break. I will take your wisdom. Good evening, everybody. I want to let you know Mr. Eastman is here tonight. Mr. Eastman is a very wise and sophisticated gentleman. And if you need to, if you have, let's see, if you have some complicated psychic mental challenges right now and you need a bit of clarity, Mr. Eastman is a very good person with whom to get a good reflection. Okay, let's put it that way. Mr. Eastman is very good. He's a man of words. Mr. Eastman is a man of words. So, William, feel free to share your information with everyone. and if you feel that any kind of psychic link takes you to anyone here, or if anyone feels here tonight that they need to reach out and have what I would call third-party validation about something, I believe Mr. Eastman is a very good resource in that way. Good evening, William. Sorry, my cards just jumped. I don't do flyers, I don't do articles, I'm not doing any reversals. I'm going to take a, give me a second, William. I'm going to take a break. I just want to shuffle the cards. Actually, I can shuffle the cards in the break. I'm going to play Taste Your Dreams, okay? This is a little Tarot Lumination song. Think of it, imagine what I'm asking you to do, everyone, with your imagination, is imagine like Tarot Lumination is a world famous pop star, and I've got a really good band, and they're very good at playing the kind of genre of music that you call white reggae. Okay? Here you go. It sounds like this. It's called Taste Your Dreams.
If you wish for a simple miracle, if you wish you can have one right away, all you need is some faith, is the will. Ask for it and it will come to you today. Hey, hey, I want you to be oh so happy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want you to live and die laughing. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Yeah. Na da 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 da. La da 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 da. And if you wish to be in a state of grace, ask for it and it will meet you face to face. And if you wish, if you dare to dream, you will find that it's easier than it seems. Hey, hey, I want you to be oh so happy. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah, I want you to live and die laughing. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Yeah. Oh. Da 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 ba da 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 la da 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 la da 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 da. Oh, la da 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 da. So happy, yeah. I want you to be your higher self, yeah, yeah. I want you to live and die laughing. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Taste your dreams this way. Taste your dreams today.
All right, so.
Okay.
Hold on, I gotta stop the music. There we go. So, Sarah El Sheikhi just showed up. It's 5:14 in the morning in Benghazi. Okay, Sarah, just out of curiosity, okay. Sarah, Benghazi, you're much closer to the equator than I am over here. I'm in Las Vegas right now, hanging out with Love Triber, and right now it is 114 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 45 degrees Celsius. What's it like for you? What is the temperature in Benghazi right now? Sarah Al-Shaikhi. It must be pretty hot, but is it 45? Anyway, it's time. Let's get on with Pretty's reading, okay? Okay, Pretty, let's have a look. Let's see what's going on. This is a completely wild open reading. Anything can happen. Mr. Eastman, I just wanted to let you know I did get your notes, of course, about the statues. It was a very disturbing moment in time. I got a letter from Mr. Eastman the other day because William was very disturbed about what was happening to our statues in America. And I understand. It was a very disturbing, frightening thing to see all these statues being crushed and tumbled and everything from people who wanted to crush them and tumble them. And Bill made a very profound point in his letters. William, Bill is short for William, okay? Okay, Sarah, that's very cool. Okay. William made a point that you can't undo history. History is what it is. It's already happened. It's out there. And the statues are just indicators of what happened in history. Some people think it's important, so they put up these statues. Some people don't think it's important, and they didn't put up statues. Okay? So, anyway, the point is, our statues have meaning and purpose, and they are being challenged right now. And I think it's okay to understand that they are being challenged, but you have to look into the deeper meaning of the energies of the people, especially when it comes to Mount Rushmore. Okay? It's very, very, very easy to criticize the energy of the men represented on Mount Rushmore. But you also have to understand that the men represented on Mount Rushmore are very instrumental in creating this amazing phenomenon that we have today called the United States of America, where we have things that nowhere else has on planet Earth. Okay? So in the United States we are incredibly fortunate. And so if there are people who seek to destroy our good fortune because they cannot handle our history, or they don't like our history, then they have a right to say that. But stop tearing down our statues, okay? And I see what you're saying, Gabby. No, it's okay. I'm going to put it up there. Hold on. Gabby, girl, there's Gabby, I have like a lot of filters on my channel for anything, because I'm so terrified that my channel will be shut. And your notes said the BULLSHIT word and the ASS word, which would normally put flags on my channel. So, like, the statues are there. The sculptures are there. Sorry, Gabby, I'm kind of ranting, but, I saw your notes on the screen, so I wanted to respond. So, the point is that it's okay to express, it's okay to have opinions, but history is history, There's nothing wrong with creating new statues. What about new statues celebrating the things that some people want to celebrate? There's nothing stopping certain populations and people creating statues for things that they believe in and that they think is important. Okay? That's all I'm suggesting. And so, you know, with all these retrogrades, it's understandable how everybody and everything is looking to the past. Let's blame the past for our problems today. Our problems today exist in the here and the now. We have to solve our problems in the here and now. There's no point in continuing to blame the past. We have to work with who we are and what we have right now. Okay, Gabby girl. You've got your reading coming up very soon, by the way. All right, Pretty. Here we go. Pretty, this is your reading. So, by the way, Gabby, what I did is I pressed a special security safety button on my channel, which allowed your comments to come through. Because normally they would be blocked by those words. So, there you go. Thank you, Gabby. By the way, you know, one of those characters I believe is Lincoln. I'm not sure, but I'm not an expert on statue history, but I think one of them is Lincoln, and I think he was the guy who was instrumental in the abolition of slavery. All right, Pretty, let's have a look what's going on with you. Here we go. Now this is going to be completely wild, out in the open reading. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather for you. Wow. We did not get an ace. Wow, that's so cool. All right, so we've got the Six of Pentacles here. My feeling is, Pretty, this is a really good time for you coming up. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to make this whole reading about the Cancer new moon as well. Let me reference this again. This is a very challenging situation which is forcing people to be very, very clear and concise with their communications. Exactly what are you trying to say and why are you saying it? Are you just reacting out of emotional anger or turbulence or unresolved anger? Or are you responding to the energies out of well-considered, thoughtful consideration? Either way, this is what it is. So for you, Pretty, coming up, with this Cancer new moon, again, I'm going to predicate everything towards the Cancer new moon because that's how every reading seems to be going tonight. This is going to be a really good time for you to bring things into balance in your life regarding, I would say, karmic debts. Okay? For example, Pretty, look at your life, look at your world around you. There are probably some people, friends, family, lovers, spouses, relatives, co-workers, whatever it is, schoolmates, college mates, whatever it is, for you, Pretty, where you are out of alignment, where you have, let's say, taken advantage of somebody or something. And there are other people who have taken advantage of you. And all of this has happened in very measurable ways. Like, I screwed somebody over. I did this to them and I really shouldn't have done that. I basically exploited a situation where it was purely for my own benefit. Okay. And then over here, somebody screwed me over. Somebody took advantage of me. Somebody basically grab whatever they could out of me because they could. Okay? But with this energy here, my feeling is that it's a time for reckoning. It is a time for balance. It's for you to look at your life and your world and understand that it's constantly in a state of ebb and flow. And it's time to take responsibility for your side of the equation. Like, where am I out of balance? What can I do right now for the next 6 months in 2020 to bring harmony and balance into like karmic relationships. Like, how can I make amends with this person, these people, this relationship over here, friends, family, or whatever. And also on the other hand, I need to be willing to, let's say, call out a bit of make amends to me, like basically being honest with yourself. Like, there are certain people, you might not get justice, you might not get amends, but there are certain people, situations, employers, family members, significant people in your life who actually owe you something. It doesn't mean you're necessarily going to get it. All I'm suggesting here with the Six of Pentacles is it's very important to be aware and take account of whatever is out of balance in your life, and do the best that you can to bring things into harmony and balance in your life and make it your responsibility, so that if there are debts that are owed to you and you know it's never ever going to be made good again, you're never going to get repaired, then you just accept that. Okay? In other words, you forgive and you forget and you move on. It doesn't mean that the pain is gone. It doesn't mean that you're condoning the other people or people who've screwed you over. All I'm suggesting is, with the Six of Pentacles here, it's time to get back into harmony and balance and basically say, like, I forgive your debts. Please forgive my debts. Okay? I didn't mean to hurt you. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. Things are out of balance. It's time to get back into a state of equilibrium. Like what they call, it's called like a debt forgiveness program. If you owe people something, if some people owe you something, then you call it quits. You create a zero again. You go back to zero. I forgive you. I forgive you. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Okay, so what's the situation itself? Okay, the Page of Cups come up a few times tonight. So with state of innocence, like the way I'm talking right now, it might not make sense to you. Okay, Pretty Maker. It's less like, okay, so give me a second here. I want to do something. Okay. So with the Six of Pentacles, let's just say you have really genuine grievances with someone else. Whatever it is. Money, love, relationships, getting screwed over, betrayal, lies, deception, whatever. Okay? And then, let's just say someone else has issues with you too. Like, oh, you screwed me over with that. Like jobs, money, friends, family, relationships. You get to a point where, you know what? You're just wasting everybody's time. Everybody's wasting your time. You just basically say, you know what? Forget it. Let's forgive and forget. You'll never get justice. You'll never get that harmony. So you create harmony and balance in the moment by basically surrendering. Okay? That's it. I owe you this. You owe me that. Let's call it quits. Okay? Thank you very much. Now, with the Page of Cups, what I'm sensing here is that everything I just said to you might be like awkward or uncomfortable or not something that you would have expected or planned to hear. And that this reading, before we've hardly even started, it puts you in a very awkward position. Like, well, wait a minute. I never really thought about stuff that way. And that puts you in a challenging position about how you look at life and love and the world and the universe, okay, from a point of innocence. And so let's just say, let's just define it. You are innocent. you might have never really thought about life in this way. You might never have really ever considered the things that we're talking about here, because you might have always been concerned about trying to make things balanced and trying to make things right again. Justice for you, equity for you, justice for them, equity for them, and you get stuck in these equations that can never be balanced. And so when I see the Page of Cups here, it's just like, oh, wait a minute, Tarot Illumination, what you're telling me is that there never will be harmony or balance. And then Tarot Illumination says, no, there never will unless you choose harmony and balance. And so from your position of innocence, it's just like, well, why didn't anybody tell me that before? And then Tarot Illumination says, it's okay. Maybe nobody mentioned that to you before. Maybe you were innocent in that way. Okay? It's not a bad thing. It's just how things are. So what's the problem? Another page. Okay. So with the page here, my feeling is that there's this part of you which really desires and wants things to be good and right and just and honest, and that you have a voice, you have a sense of meaning, you have a sense of mission, you have a purpose, but you're really scared of expressing it partly because of your innocence, and partly because you've probably never looked at the world or your life or your relationships or your family or job, career, or anything from this perspective before. And so, like, the whole idea of, like, so Tarot Illumination, you're telling me, like, forgive and forget and move on, pay down the debts that I owe, allow others to pay down the debts that they owe me, but don't expect anything because it might never happen, and you keep going anyway? Is that what you're telling me, Tarot Illumination? And then Tarot Illumination says, well, basically, yeah. In other words, life sucks. Sometimes things really, really suck. And then it's just like, well, that's not fair. It's not fair. Like, I only ever meant good. I only ever wanted to do good. I only ever had the best of intentions. And I'm really scared of like, well, does this mean that the rest of my life is just going to be just one massive screw over? No. All I'm suggesting is that this is like a growth period, okay? Where accept your innocence, accept your passion, your drive, desire to do things from a very pure and innocent perspective. Understand that you have made mistakes in the past. Understand that other people have made mistakes in the past. But is that going to stop you from living and conducting and living your life anyway? No. So how do you move forward? Okay. So with the Six of Cups here, okay, can you see that? Let me just hold it, see if you get the full thing. I don't know if it's going to work. So with the Six of Cups, my feeling is to, like, it's almost like I have to separate this reading. Take this reading here and keep this very personal and private, like Pretty make it. This is just between you and me and whoever's here tonight, okay? And it's like, okay, all right, Pretty, we're doing this in a public reading. Everybody who's still here tonight, who's watching this, it's a public reading. But the reality is, this is like a very deep, personal, private reading between Pretty and Tarot Illumination. So everything I said here, like if this was a private, personal reading, this remains personal and private, okay? It's just between you and me. And that's what helps you to get to be you. But when you go forward in life and you try to sort out all these things that are out of balance, what you do is, my feeling is that you kind of go into the dynamics of, some people would call this past life relationships. and you look at your relationships from the perspective of, okay, here we go. Oh, sorry, not this one. Okay, sorry. With this thing here, okay, don't worry about what this really is, but look at these shadowy areas here. This is a huge pile of retrograde planets. And this is a tremendous opportunity to go deep, deep, deep within to deep soul level relationships, family relationships, your parents, your siblings, uncles, aunts, nieces, and nephews, lovers, partners of all kinds, and take advantage of these retrogrades and very, very privately with yourself, start examining your relationships between yourself and the people with whom you are out of balance and the people who are out of balance with you. And then start looking at it from like the soulmate perspective, like past lives, for example. Like, were we connected in a past life? Are we trying to make amends from a past life? Were we connected in a past life? Am I, Pretty, trying to make amends with you from a past life because I hurt you? Did you hurt me? Did you hurt me? Did you hurt me? Did I hurt you? Did I hurt you? Ask yourself these really important questions, but do this in a very, very private way, and then start to look at I guess you're like your loved ones, your friends, your families, and like see it from the bigger picture. The things that are out of balance in your life, the things that are in balance with your life, look at it from the past life perspective. And that look at everybody in your life right now, all your significant people, especially mom, dad, loved ones, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, brothers and sisters, in-laws, grandchildren, whatever it is, and start to look at them as characters with whom you've already had relationships, and that you're trying to figure out how to bring harmony and balance back into relationships in this time, in this lifetime, now, here, today, so that you can find harmony and balance, so that you can start to restore harmony and balance and love in your life, and allow others to restore harmony and balance with you now in your life. God, I hope that makes sense, Pretty. Okay? So, I hope that makes sense. To me, it looks like there's a lot of past life energy here. There's the Six of Pentacles. There's the Six of Cups. To me, it feels like this is a really good time to go deep within. Look at your world. Imagine you're way out here in outer space with Tarot Illumination. Look into your world from far, far, far away and realize that there is so much more going on in your life besides whatever, like the little petty squabbles or any kind of like I would say immature action-reaction behavior. It's time to mature, understand that you're innocent, understand you come from from the highest expectations, but you're innocent, okay? And you want the best. So this is a really good opportunity to understand things from a bigger perspective, okay? Start looking at everything from the perspective of soulmate relationships. Karma that needs to be balanced. You are innocent, they are innocent, okay? Thank you, Pretty. Tina, you're up. Let's have a look. So, Tina is over here now. Let's have a look. Gabby's going over here. Thank you, Gabby. All Sun's got a reading like Nikki. So this is really kind of like, I guess this is all one big reading. And did you say you wanted a crucible reading? We'll sort that out, okay? So if you want, because you put good money in here, I would be very happy to do a crucible reading here if you want, okay? And then we got this group thing. I don't know if I'm going to make it for the group, honestly. I really don't know. So I'll check in with the chats now and again as we go. But thank you. Thank you, Preeti. Tina, you're up. Tina, do you have any last minute notes for me? If you have any last minute notes like, hi, Tarot Illumination, what's going on regarding the subject of ... I know you're involved in the big move. You're deep, deep, deep in it right now. We're going through a huge vortex for you right now, Tina. The Cancer new moon, new starts and new beginnings, new life, all of that. New home, everything. We know that already. So my inclination would be like, well, what now? What now? What now? Okay? So let's have a look. I have an idea. Give me a second, I need just a little bit more. I see you, Tina, thank you. Cheers. If you don't mind, I didn't see anything much on the screen. If you don't mind, Tina, I'd be very happy to do a blind reading. Very happy. Cards are already shuffled. I'm just going to go for it. Thank you, Tina. Here we go. Here's the situation. I'm just going to cut it all up. All right, here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. The way I look at it, this is like fine-tuning. You know, like athletes. Tina, you know how athletes take everything to a whole other level? Like, in other words, if you forgot something at the grocery store and you were already in your car and it was really important, are you going to run back to the grocery store or are you going to walk back and be safe? Okay, so that would be a way of dealing with life. With athletes, what they do is they go to a much higher level of like scrutiny. So, okay, Tina, what I'm trying to say is that not everybody knows this about you, but Tina, you're one of these people who puts a lot of dedication into love thyself, okay? You make it your business to know yourself so that you have a better chance of being yourself. And there's nothing to apologize about being yourself. It's not like you're a megalomaniac, egomaniac, self-centered narcissist. What you're doing is optimizing yourself so that you can be the most loving person and enjoy what it's like to be loved. Be loving and be loved. That is the ultimate. That is the ultimate joy in this planet. Being loving and being loved. Doesn't matter how many cars you have or whether you're going to be able to, you know, go to college or whatever. This is what really counts. So with Tina and her reading here tonight, this is for everybody. my feeling with this reading, it's basically like a fine tuning. It's like what an athlete would do. You know, athletes, that's the Aries energy, okay? Like preparing as we prepare for the next steps in life. In other words, Tina, I'm basically saying this to everybody here tonight. Tina is not content with just bumbling through life. Okay? Tina invests time, energy, resources to making sure that every step forward in life is the healthiest step possible. And that takes time, energy, and resources. In other words, it's kind of like what an athlete would do in order to optimize themselves to having the best chance of being successful in whatever it is they do. Running, pole vaulting, swimming, rock climbing, whatever it is. So my feeling is that's what this reading is about for Tina. It's about the fine-tuning. You know? So, hello, Diana Lynn. Good evening, Diana Lynn. Thank you. So here we go. Everything's laid out. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to reference the planets but as the weather, but let's just see. 9 of Cups. Okay. So, number one, this is well-deserved. Okay. And it's like you have, I can't remember what, I mean, I don't want to get too, I guess, personal, but we worked together recently, and we were talking about South Node energy, first house, seventh house, kind of things like that. And with the 9 of Cups here, my feeling is that, you know, some people call this the wish come true card, the wish true. Well, sorry, this is the 10 of Cups. So, it's just like home and family, family and home, being loving, being loved. It's like, this is what's happening right now. This is what's out there right now for you. New starts, new beginnings. Doesn't matter what your sun sign is. You don't have to tell anybody or anything. What I'm looking at here is the new moon in Cancer at the very end of the month and starting a whole new journey, a whole new life where home and family, even though the Cancer new moon is, what is it, on the 20th or something? It's very late. It's still a Cancer new moon. That means new starts, new beginnings in the home and the family. And in a very loving way here for you. So it doesn't matter where that lies in your chart. To me, it looks very sweet for you. So to me, it looks like, you know, forget what's happening with the rest of the planet, all the freaky, scary stuff on the news, all the scary stuff with the virus and the economics and the politics. Focus on your life, your world, your own personal happiness, your amazing good fortune to love and be loved in the context of home and family, where you can share yourself with your loved ones and your loved ones can share themselves with you. It's a very, very rich Cancerian energy here, and it just happens to line up with the Cancer new moon at the end of the month. So I'm thinking this reading is all about, like, you know that, hold on, here's what I'm sensing. Hold on, Tina. All right. Because I've been having a lot of barbecues recently here. And so one of the things that happens is when we're having a barbecue is let's like, who gets the first whiff, the first smell? It doesn't mean you're eating the barbecue yet, but you're just getting a, So with this reading, to me it feels like the 10 of Cups is that delicious feeling of like, oh yes, like, oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, that's good. But the real thing, the actual feast, starts later. You're just starting to get the whiff of good things now. It's already aligned, it's already planned, it's kind of inevitable. No matter what kind of ups and downs you have, ultimately you're looking at the Ten of Cups. Okay? So it's just like people who are at a barbecue. Like, in other words, because we talked about the big moves in your life and everything. There's the people over there, there's you over here. Think of it as a huge barbecue when it's starting to get to that point where you can start to smell things happening. Like, oh, this is good. Oh, you're not at the barbecue yet. But it's starting like, oh, yeah. Okay? So that's what I'm sensing. I hope that makes sense to you, Tina. Here's the situation. So with the Nine of Swords, obviously, with such like huge life-changing events happening, it would make perfect sense that you would be terrified of anything and everything that could possibly go wrong. Because you've been through these things before. You've been through huge letdowns. You've been all sorts of pain, suffering, stress, anxieties. Remember, this is all in the mind, okay? This is just like fear on steroids. Fear out of control. So the situation is like, okay, so let's just say we've got this theoretically going on in the background and all that wonderful stuff that I was just talking about. But then right now the situation is like the deep fear of anything and everything that can go wrong will go wrong. That's an extremely self-defeating type of energy. And of course, like, Tina, because you've been doing so much work on yourself, you have to understand the amount of power. You have to understand the power of intention, or you have to understand how energy flows where attention goes. Okay, this card has nothing to do with my normal interpretation like that, but like let's just say the Nine of Swords is very active with you right now. The absolute sheer terror that anything and everything that can go wrong will go wrong. Ah! That's bad, obviously. It's perfectly okay to feel that, especially if you know what that's like already. You've already had experience. You already know what it's like to have everything that can go wrong, go wrong. And so there's a natural fear, aversion to that happening again. Especially when you have something good waiting for you, okay? And I think it's just a natural human fear, a natural thing that happens when you're facing. It's almost like you've got this Ten of Cups, right? It's there, but there's also this like fear, like, oh my God, it could all go so bad, so wrong any moment now. Okay? Understandable. All right? And so, what's the problem here? To me, it looks like you've got yourself twisted in knots. Okay? With the Eight of Swords, to me it looks like because you have, let's say you've endured so much, you already know what it's like to get screwed over in so many different ways and forms, completely trashed, destroyed, abused, pulverized, manipulated, misunderstood, violated, all of that stuff. You already know what that's like. So that's like an extremely deep wound. And there's the deep terror that this wound could be activated again. What happens if anything and everything goes wrong and all of this is make-believe, all of this is denied, it's all an optical illusion, and all the forces of the universe are working against me? Okay, so that's understandable. It would all look to you like a staggering, terrifying puzzle that has no solution. But remember, all of this is fear, okay? It's all fear, understandable fear. It's almost like the bigger the stakes, the bigger the fear. There's a lot at stake here, a lot of goodness here. And so the fear that everything and anything can go wrong is fully understandable. So it's almost like a question of how do you deal with fear? Okay, this is going to sound really stupid, but okay, so I've got the King of Wands here. It's almost like the reading is telling you, like, with the King of Wands, to me it feels like the reading is telling you, Tina, you have every right to be absolutely shitting yourself about anything and everything that could go wrong. Number two, anything and everything could go wrong. All right? However, are you going to let that stop you? Are you going to let that defeat you? So the King of Wands energy is sort of like, what's an analogy? What am I trying to think of? Like, okay, this is going to sound strange, but imagine Winston Churchill in World War II. I wasn't alive then, you weren't alive then, but Winston Churchill is very famous in British history for being this guy who, in the face of unspeakable odds, crushing enemy, devastating competition, brutal violence and oppression from the enemy, he basically came from here and he basically said, we have courage, we are going to do this, we will not be defeated, we are going to do what has to be done in order to prevail. No one is going to take that from us. No one is going to take that from me. And so what he was doing the thing that no one else could do. In other words, he had to believe it to see it. In other words, if Winston Churchill was not ready, willing, or able to believe and see and feel the successful outcome of World War II, where Great Britain would prevail, then world history would have changed forever. And that's just one guy making several decisions. So to me it feels like it's the same thing for you. It's just like the way to handle your situation is imagine yourself like you are at war. Okay? There are so many opposing energies. There are so many things that could go wrong at any time at the last minute. There's so much pressure for things to be successful, for things to succeed. Hold on, my whole computer got frozen again. What happened? I'm sorry if what you're seeing there is a stuck screen. I'm going to switch out and I'm going to see if I can reboot my whole thingy again here. Okay, give me a second. Okay, and I'm going to... Give me a second. Bear with me, people. And I'm going to try again. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, give me a second. You have to understand. Give me a second. I've completely blacked out. Bear with me, people. Bear with me. I have to do some technical juggling here. Okay. Let's try this. See if this works. Yay. Okay. So in theory, I should be back. Let's have a look. So Tina, I got completely lost there for a second. Technical glitches and all of that. So please be patient. Give me a second. I need to make sure that you guys are getting the show. Yeah, okay. So, all right. Tina. Just so that everybody knows, I'm using a lot of technology. I'm using multiple 5 layers of software all on top of each other simultaneously. I have a really good computer. I have really good internet, but I'm still it's still a lot of pressure on the system. So anyway, it kind of crashed, but anyway, we're back. Hopefully, for a while. So Tina, with that King of Wands, it's almost like, to me it feels like the message is, it's almost like you have every reason to be basically terrified that anything and everything that could go wrong will go wrong. However, if you allow that fear to own you, then guess what? It owns you. Energy flows where attention goes. If there is all of a sudden like a vacuum where the spirit of Tina Miller has somehow or other given up and kind of went, oh, I can't handle this anymore, then guess what happens? That vacuum is filled by energy that is not yours. And so my feeling is the reading, it's a very high pressure reading. It's a reading that is basically saying, Tina, it's like you have to believe it to see it. You have to believe in your own good outcome. You have to maintain the energy of good outcomes no matter what challenges face you. Good outcomes anyway. You don't necessarily know whatever the threats are, the challenges, whatever they might be. You don't know what they're going to be, but whatever they are, you can handle it. It's the King of Wands energy. It's the energy of like an inspirational leader. Like, you cannot defeat me. It doesn't matter what you do, how you say it, why, whatever you do. You cannot defeat me. I am King of Wands, okay? And somebody has to say that. Somebody has to do that. Somebody has to live that. Because there are situations and times in life, in history, in personal life, where that's the only thing that works. Is just the complete, utter belief in victory and sending out the inspirational message of like, we're going to do what we have to do. Okay? We are invincible. Okay? And that's what the reading is suggesting. Okay? Here. No matter how scared you are, no matter how puzzling things might be, in your own internal self, the way to handle it is to turn it around, like look in the mirror, fluff yourself up, just as if you were a huge, major politician who had to give a huge, major motivational speech on how we're going to win and how we're going to prevail against all odds. And everybody's looking at you. Okay? You can do this because you're Tina. You already know that, but it's easy for me to say, but it's actually something that you are the one who has to do it. Okay? So it's a very tough reading. It's a very hard reading for me to deliver because you're already very tough, but it looks like you're gonna have to you have to maintain that resolution. Okay? Thank you, Tina. I hope that makes sense. Okay? You've got everybody here is on your side. My feeling is if you need extra backup, extra support, you've got a few people here on the Tarot Illumination Love Tribe who will, act as like mascots, supporters. You know, I can't remember how many people you've connected to, but they're there. There's Gregory, there's Love Triber, there's Path. You know, we help each other here. It's Terra Illumination Love Tribe, okay? All right, that's what we do. Thank you, Tina. Okay, let's get ready for the next reading. Okay. All right, let's see here. I'm going to clear this up. Oh, what's happening next? We got Gabby Girl. Woo! Now, Gabby Girl said this is a birthday reading. Gabby Girl, is this a birthday for you? If you're still here, I hope you're still here, Gabby Girl. I'm going to put birthday question mark. Alright, I'm going to clear this up. We're going to now prepare everything for Gabby Girl. Alright, here we go. I have to clear this stuff. Okay, here we go. Let me just adjust this. Like so. By the way, I saw your note, Tina, about the group. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to the group. I really don't think I can make it. Okay, Gabby Girl. Here we go. Friday the 17th. All right. Yeah, that's getting very close to the Cancer new moon. Go, Gabby Girl. Gabby says, nope, Cancer my whole life. It's, you know, you are who you are. You're born the way you are. I've never met anybody who can change their sun sign during their own lifetime. I know we have things like progressed charts and progressions and everything. Sometimes your ascendant or your moon is more dominant or whatever, things like that. But in general, your sun sign is your sun sign, and that's just how it is. So Gabby Girl has a Cancer sun, Capricorn moon, Libra rising. So by definition, Gabby Girl is under a lot of pressure. Okay? Now, okay, so this Gabby Girl with a Cancer sun and a Capricorn moon automatically has this aspect built in her natal chart and her solar chart. The Cancer Capricorn axis is very, very dominant. Okay? So, and what did she do? A little Libra rising. So it's almost like we could do it like this. You could almost say like this is Gabby's chart. And this is Gabby. And these are the transits that are happening with Gabby right now. So, issues regarding home and family, career, destiny, activities in the home. It might be like could be fun. It could be exciting. Could be new starts, new beginnings over here. A lot of, I don't know, it's almost like excitement. Okay? Okay, let's have a look. Especially if you're good at surfing. Astrological surfing. Remember we talked about that earlier with Gregory, very early on the show. Alright, let's have a look, see what's going on. Cards are already shuffled, but I'm going to go to the last moment. You know, this is just the Tarot Illumination way to shuffle. I just like things to be really clean, clear, pristine. And this is the best way I know to get it. I've tried everything else, but this is what works best. One more. I just need one more. Okay, Gabby girl. Here we go. Nikki wants a song. Okay. I'm trying to think of a Tarot Illumination song. I only have a very small catalog. And I'd like to play a Tarot Illumination song, okay? I'm going to play a slow waltz. I wrote this song a while ago for my sweetheart, who is far, far away. And it's just the joy of connecting with your loved one. And it happened to be a birthday song. Okay? So Gabby girl, this is a birthday song. I'm going to play it. And maybe you can resonate in some way. I'm not sure. We'll see. But it's called The Wonder Ride. And it's about the amazing experience of life. The wonderful experience, okay? Like being on the roller coaster of life, okay? Here we go. Sounds like this. Hopefully I got it right. Let's have a look. Let's see.
Okay, looks like we are live. Hello, dear Christy.
Ah! Oh, I don't know if I got the right one.
I'm your Kate.
Duh, that was a little too personal. Give me a second. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. This is it. Here we go. Oops.
Okay, we are rolling. So, this is a birthday present from my sweetheart. Just wanted to share this. Okay, here we go. It's called Wonder Ride. My dear, this is my birthday present to you, to celebrate the day that heaven made you. It's remarkable that we both found one another. The day we set out on our transformational ride with each other at each other's side, it soon became evident that we are both changing. And it's such a wonder ride, my dear. Yes, it's such a wonder ride. Hold on tight, tightly, my dear. And now that our journey, it starts to unfold in a multi-dimensional world of untold delights that truly defy the imagination. You've naturally taken it up on yourself to document all of the nuances that go to make up a story of extraordinary proportions. And it's such a wonder ride, my dear. Yes, it's such a wonder ride. Hold on tight, tightly, my dear. Such a wonder ride. Hold on tight. Hold on tight. Tightly, my dear.
Wow. Wow. That got me all sentimental. Jeepers. Hold on. Gosh, I got all sentimental there for a moment. Like, you know, when you're writing a song, you're kind of capturing the essence of something. You're putting a moment in time into, like you're encapsulating something and distilling things into this little tiny thing called a song. And there's a lot into that song that is vested in myself. So I hope that resonates with you, Gabby girl. I hope you get something out of that. Yeah. It's funny, Gabby girl. I like it's. Hello, Star Girl. I see you, Star Girl. Wait a minute, what's that? I just something on the screen. What? Hold on. What's this? Give me a second. Hold on, Gabby girl. What is that? Huh? Wait, Star Girl. What do you say? You have the same birth date as Gabby girl? You're a Libra rising? Okay, that's kind of freaky. That's kind of freaky. Statistically speaking, I mean, think about it. This is just some kind of random little show thing on YouTube. There's maybe 8 people or something here. I don't know. Yeah, and, you know, we're hanging out. And Gabby girl is going to get a birthday reading. It says birthday is on, what is it, the 17th? And then Star Girl shows up and says, oh, it's my birthday too. Also Libra. Wait a minute. Okay, that's freaky. That's just freaky. Wow. Wow. Okay. Anyway. Okay, I don't want that. Sorry. Statistically, that's a little bit like way out there. I'm just saying. All right, Gabby girl, what kind of reading do we have here for you? This is your birthday reading of all the gin joints in the world. Yep. Oh my God, that is freaky. Statistically freaky. Star Girl has the same birthday as Gabby Girl? That's just freaking. Star Girl just showed up. Literally, you just showed up. Sorry, I need to keep shuffling. I'm kind of buzzed at the moment. That just kind of really threw me. 17 July. Yeah. Yay. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Come on, Gabby girl. What the heck is going on here? So, with the Cancer Sun, you're kind of in your element here. And you've got the Cancer New Moon coming up. Okay. And you've got all that Capricorn opposition. And you've got the Mars and Aries stuff. And so, you know, all of that Moon and Aries thing. Okay, so what? So what? It's your birthday. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And let's have a look at the weather. King of Swords. Yeah. Whoa. Choo. The way I feel about this Gabby girl is that this is kind of like like a maturity thing. To me it feels like this whole birthday reading is about like you're really coming into your truth. Like where truth, real, pure, deep truth is becoming a really pivotal thing in your life right now, where as opposed to concepts or opinions or conditioning or upbringing or expectations or whatever you studied or learned, what's now happening with the King of Swords is like what you know is right from the deepest depths of your heart going forward. What I'm talking about is universal truth. Subjective truth is fine. Like the media might tell you this. Partners, friends, and families might tell you that. Your history, your upbringing might tell you that. Or whatever. But there is a form of universal truth which is pure and unambiguous. And the King of Swords energy is an indication, like, to me it looks like with this new chapter in your life, it's all about coming into your truth. From the heart center, I know the swords is much more about like the mental stuff and everything like that. But like it has to start from somewhere. And like with this whole Terra Illumination channel, my whole feeling about the channel is to make, to bring the mind, the head, into the service of the heart. My feeling is that you're already there. You're already operating from heart center. So in terms of operating from heart center, new starts, new beginnings on the 17th, your birthday, and especially extended from the Cancer new moon later next week. It's time to like really seriously upgrade your sense of your concepts, your truth, like the things that are really true in your life. Not truth of convenience, not truth of inheritance, but absolute truth, universal truth. So you're coming into a condition, into a state of power. It's very, very powerful to have the energy of universal truth on your side when you make universal truth your truth. Okay? I hope that makes sense. Okay, let's keep going. So in other words, there's no ambiguity. In other words, someone else can have their opinion, other events and circumstances can happen, whatever, fine. But you're coming from the perspective of universal truth. It kind of makes you indestructible. What's the situation itself? Look at the King of Pentacles here. So, my feeling is that, oh God, this is a lot of King energy. My feeling is that it's like you're really starting to come into your own as a person, where you're starting to really realize your natural strengths, your natural abilities, your natural resources, your natural talents that you have worked for very, very hard to the point where really nobody can challenge you. You're in a position of strength, a position of power. Now it's good, and it is wholesome, and it is just, and it is honest, and it is benevolent, okay? And the thing about the King energy here is that you have worked extremely hard in your life, in your world, and with yourself to get to this point. It's like a point of supremacy. It doesn't mean that you're basically taking advantage of your power and trying to impose your power and authority over others. It just means you are in your power. You are in your strength, and you are now entering a new chapter in life. I wouldn't be surprised if this little tiny reading has a message for years to come. It's where, like, You've reached this point of maturity, and you are now at that point of maturity where you actually can start to see it in your life, in your world around you. No matter how much bad stuff might happen, you're still this. You still have all of this. Okay? Now, what's the challenge? Obviously, there's some challenges. Okay. So this is kind of an extreme reading, and that doesn't surprise me because we're in astrologically very extreme conditions right now. This is a very extreme condition in terms of the astrology. We have the Sun and Mercury here heavily opposing Saturn, Pluto, and Jupiter over here. This is a powerful opposition, and this particular axis lines up directly with Gabby's own axis. So let's turn this into Gabby's own personal chart. Here it is. It looks just like this. This is not a natal chart. This is a solar chart where we put the sun on the horizon. And so, look, the way I see it is that you are in a position of strength, a position of, let's say, leadership, where from here onwards, almost like for the rest of your life, you are now going to have to conduct yourself to the highest standards possible in terms of universal truth, honesty, and perspective, and making the very best of it. Even if, no matter what kind of conflict you run into, it's almost like you're being called out between yourself and your significant loved ones to take on a leadership position, a leadership role, where perhaps you never wanted this, you never sought it, you didn't want to look for it, but it feels to me like you're being called out to be a leader who leans on universal truth, facts, information, knowledge, wisdom, reality, and nothing to do with personal opinions. You're not trying to dominate anybody through your personality. You're just leading by leading with the truth, leading with reality. Okay, and so like okay, let's look at it this way. With great power, okay, let's just say it, Gabby girl, you're a person of power, okay? You are an empowered person. You are self-empowered. You have made decisions in your life, constantly choosing, let's say, the light, choosing to empower yourself, to be empowered, and to give yourself permission to be in your power. That's very serious. Even though these are king cards, it's very serious girl power. Heavy duty, serious girl power. And yet, when I see this card here, you're also very sensitive to anything and everything that goes against you in terms of the girl power. For example, you might be at a point now going for the rest of your life where you realize, wow, I really am this. I really am a woman of substance. I am a woman of truth. I have endured this and this and this and this and this in the face of obstacles of that, and that, and that. And I have endured and I will endure. But sometimes when I go to bed at night, I have to wonder, is there hope for humanity? Is there hope for me? Is there hope for my loved ones? Do I really, truly have the strength, the honor, the integrity, the power, the resources to keep up this extremely high level of standards? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So, how do you deal with that? This is a card of extreme self-doubt at the very depths of your soul. It's not something that you would typically share with anybody because it's too frightening even to yourself. So how do you deal with that? Okay, so with all like the girl power here that you have, what you can do to go forward is just remind yourself, okay, well, I'm still an innocent child of God. I'm an innocent child of the universe. I always choose the highest path. That's who I am. That's how I am. Sometimes I get terrified about the way humanity is going, about the hope for humanity, the hope for myself, hope for my family, my loved ones, my neighborhood, my country, the planet. Sometimes I'm terrified. And then the way to go forward is remind yourself, wait a minute, I'm just a human being human. I'm just a human being. For all of this, I am innocent. I am sweet, I am kind, I am loving, and I am loved. And that's all I can do. That is the very best that I can do. I don't have to know all the answers right now. It's not like you are God. All you have to do is remind yourself that you are already loving, you're already being loved. You're already loving, you're already loved. And you stay in that zone on the understanding that it's perfectly okay to feel terrified about anything and everything that can go wrong and will go wrong, because stuff will go wrong. Bad things are going to happen. But that doesn't stop you from being who you really are. You keep going anyway. You are loving, you are loved. You are made of love. You don't know what it means all the time. You just live in that. You live in it. Okay, you just live in the purity, the simplicity, the essence of it. Basically like making a declaration every day. I'm going to do it like this. Hold on, Gabby. Okay, so I'm kind of projecting this into the future a little bit because the birthday's over there and the new moon's over there on the 20th. So when I look at the little page of cups there, when I look at all that sort of huge girl power energy, and when I look at all the star energy about like the deep terror about how everything could go wrong, and then you know that you have to go back to being Gabby Girl again, like I'm gonna have to be, King of Swords. I'm gonna have to be King of Pentacles. Because I have to be. That's who I am. And so I've never said this before, I've never done this before, but I'm going to do it right now. Okay? So this is for you, Gabby. This is like a birthday present. This is almost like, it's my birthday coming up. Like, well, what do I do now? I've got the rest of my life. I still have a whole pile of life to live through. I know what you're talking about, TL. What kind of message do you have for me, please, for my birthday? And I've never done this one before. But it sounds like this. I felt this. It's just like, you know how I say, I am loving, I am loved. You know how I say, be loving, be loved? Well, here's another one. This is for you, Gabby. It's just like, oh, God. Okay, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to frickin' do it. I am going to be loving. That means I am going to be loved. Do you get it? It's like a future thing. I am going to continue to be loving. I'm going to continue to be loved. Even in the face of adversity. God, I hope that makes sense. It's the only way I could convey it in a super highly concentrated little pill. It's like your birthday pill. From Terra Illumination to you. Here. That's for you. I am going to be loving. I'm going to be loved. I am going to continue to be loving. I am going to continue to be loved. And that's how it is. So it is spoken, so it is done. Thank you. So you can recite that to yourself. Go Gabby Girl. Go Gabby Girl. Woo! Wow, that reading totally caught me off guard. I didn't know what to expect, but I was starting to feel it at the very end. I understood it very close to the end. Gabby girl, thank you. Okay, All Sun, part 1, part 2, Nikki. So I saw something earlier about a what is it? You wanted a crucible reading? You want me to do a crucible reading? Is that the idea? All Sun for Nikki, Nikki for Nikki. Because it's like a 2-in-1 reading. I mean, you've put good money into the pot. Excellent. Thank you. Generous donations. If you want me to do, I will use a crucible spread, a mini crucible spread if you want me to. I will do that. So just let me know. I don't think I'm going to make it to the group. I'll put it there. I'll see how I feel, but I don't know if I'm going to make it. That was from Tina, by the way. I'll put a big question mark over here. Thank you, Tina. In honor of Tina, in case we actually get there. Crucible, it is. All right, people. Crucible reading, it is. It's very rare I ever do these on a Sunday Night Live. So, for those of you who might have never seen my Tarot Illumination Crucible readings before, I'll just do a little kind of visual display. I'm going to shuffle the cards a little bit while I get kind of warmed up. But what I want to do is explain something about the Crucible readings. Let me just, I just need to check something here. Give me a second. Okay. So, also wants a Crucible reading. And actually, Nikki and Olson put money in the pot. So a Crucible reading, it's a particular spread that I use. It's a Tarot Illumination Crucible spread. And it's highly specialized for relationship dynamics. It's on the understanding in relationships, there is the self, there is the other. Okay? And then there is a third entity itself called the relationship. And when I do personal private astrology readings for people where relationship is the theme of the reading, I will work on the synastry of the chart, and then I will also work on the composition of the chart, because what you do is you get to the core. So there's the self, the other, and the relationship. And the relationship has an identity of its own. It is its own thing. Anybody who's really in a highly conscious relationship is aware that there is something else going on besides themselves and the other. In relationships where there's a lot of blah, 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 action, reaction, there's very little room for the relationship. In a conscious relationship, both parties are aware that they have their fully active self, and they are relating with another person who is their fully active self. And when you put those two energies together, it's like you create a whole new thing. And I'm really stretching it here. Like in a fully conscious relationship, both parties, from a loving perspective, will conduct everything through the relationship. The less conscious the relationship, the more likely it is to be conducted from self to other, like this. Okay? Like this. Da, 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 da. In a conscious relationship, it will be conducted, everything is conducted through the relationship. Decisions are made through the relationship. I hope that will show up when we do the reading. The Crucible spread is designed specifically to allow for the third entity, the relationship itself. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Here we go. If I was doing a full-on personal private reading, it would be a multi-level card relationship. But tonight I'm going to do a mini spread. You'll see what I mean. Okay. Okay, so we're going to do a crucible spread here. I need to shuffle it all up. Actually, you know what? I have to take another break. I'm going to take a little mini break. I'm going to play a little song called I Surrender. Okay? It's a very challenging song. It's a song that asks us to completely let go and surrender all of our attachments, all of our desires, all of the ego for that which is best for us. Okay? For you, for the other, for life, the world, everything. So I'm going to play that now, see if I can find it on my jukebox. Okay? Let's see what happens. Let's see, have a look. Oh my God. Okay, I've got... Okay. Give me a second because my computer is acting up. Oh no. It's something wrong here. It might not let me do it because the computer is struggling. I can't. Okay, it's not letting me access. Well, maybe it is, but no. Oh, that's really sad. Okay, so I have to do some homework. I have to do some homework on my audio settings. I'm sorry about that. Damn. I still need a break, so I'm still going to play a Terra Lumination song. Okay? I'm going to try this one, I Am Guided. Because this might help. Maybe I was not supposed to fire the surrender song. Here we go.
I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected. When the light of hope it fades, when all faith is blown away, when all sense of trust goes down, when a smile turns into frown, when it feels there's no relief, nothing in which to believe, desperate in woe and grief, angels come reminding me, I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected. Angels gather close to me, show me what I cannot see. Angels take me by the hand, lift me when I cannot stand. Angels angels lead me through the dark, soothe and tend a broken heart, laughing at the circumstance, crying while we sing and dance. I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected.
Alright, so anyway, I'm sad I couldn't get that other song out, but it's
I
okay.
am guided, I
Okay,
am
shut up.
protected, I am
Shut up.
guided,
I did that already. So give me a second here. So, Nikki, I'm going to do the crucible spread here. And I was trying to explain it earlier before I went into the song, and I kind of lost the links. Now, so what do I mean by the crucible? Like the crucible, and there's actually a movie called The Crucible. It's based on a book called The Crucible, and as far as I remember, the main theme of the storyline is the dynamics that occur in relationships as the soul energy of one person becomes closer to the soul person. In other words, there's a person over here, there's a person over here. They're relating over here in a three-dimensional aspect. They get closer. They realize, wait a minute, there's something else going on. They get closer. Wait a minute, there's a whole other story going on. They get even closer. They realize that the storyline is completely different here than it is to here. And then when you have a consummate relationship, like so, this storyline can be completely different from the storyline that you believed or thought or imagined, or that you believed or thought or imagined was over here. And so the crucible, here's another way to look at it. Let me just make an astrodoodle. Now, it's not an astrodoodle, it's a TL doodle. Okay, hold on. I just dropped the deck of cards. So I'm just going to put this over here for safekeeping. So you've probably seen those things. Nikki, I know you know all this stuff already, Nikki, and Michael and Olson and everybody else, but for people who don't understand it yet, I'm going to try and make a drawing of a crucible. This is not a toilet bowl, this is a crucible. A crucible is a structure like this, okay? The crucibles are very similar to those herb grinding stones that they make, you know? This part is made out of a very heavy piece of stone or rock. This part is made out of a very heavy piece of stone or rock, and there's a bowl shape that's hollowed out in the middle here. And this thing is used to take all the ingredients here and mush them up into something new. For example, you could have ingredients over here coming in, and the ingredients over here coming in. And let's just say that's you, and that's other. And when you get into a relationship, this is the relationship itself, okay? So with the Tarot Illumination Crucible spread, it's only understanding when you connect with another and another connects with you, there's a completely new entity that's created, especially when it turns into a very significant one-on-one relationship. And the relationship has an identity of its own. This is basically a new thing that is created out of this and this. And you guys own it. You guys own this. So what is the nature of this? The nature and the outcome of this, if you want this to be beautiful, you have to put in beautiful. You have to put in beautiful. Of course, it's almost impossible to do that 100%. So we end up with something unique, uniquely characteristic to your relationship or their relationship. But either way, this is its own thing. So I'll show you how that looks in terms of the Tarot Illumination Crucible spread. So tonight we're going to read for Nikki with a Crucible spread. Alright, so give me a second here. I'm just prepping myself. So this is going to be a little bit... exactly. Thank you, Gabby girl. That's what it is. Exactly. Mortar and pestle. I can't even say it. Mortar and pestle. Yeah. Or pestle and mortar. Okay. So watch. I mean, it's pretty self-evident once you see the reading coming out. It'll all make sense to you once we actually do the reading itself. This is the Tarot Illumination Crucible spread. I just need one more sweep and then we're good to go. Alright, so there we go. Give me a second. I'm going to take this and I'm going to top it up. Do not go away. Cheers. Cheers, everybody. It's a real privilege, a real honor to do this reading tonight because it's very rare I get the time or the energy or the donations to be able to do a Crucible type spread. Well, I could do the group spread. I'm not going to be able to handle it. Thank you, Tina. I won't be able to do justice to it, okay? Maybe what we can do, you know what, Tina, maybe what I can do is like, I don't know if you're still here, you might have gone to bed already. Maybe I'll just do a show on Wednesday and we'll just automatically do a group reading. And it's something because you've got a tab going here and I'll just do it. Maybe remind me or something, or I'll put up a post-it note up here, okay, to remind me. Here we go. Alright, we're good. Now I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards, okay? It's a 7-card spread. This is the self. This is the other. This is deep in the self, deep in the other. The relationship itself and the thing that is growing here, think of it as like a plant. See, this is the crucible. This is a bowl type of structure. This is the bowl. This is the bowl in which relationship dynamics exist, okay? You and the other own this bowl whether you like it or know it or not. And in this bowl, the dynamics occur, whatever that might be. It's like a living thing. It's like having a potted plant, okay? In your garden, like a little potted plant. And I'm going to do the same thing. Pull the energy over here. Sorry, this is not a mini spread. This is a larger spread. Sometimes I do even bigger spreads than this, but this is like the... Wow, another ace. Okay, new starts, new beginnings, Nikki. It might be something as simple to do with money, finances, joint finances, okay? Joint finances, okay? And what does that look like going down the road? If you look at this as a portal, I don't know if the camera will show it, I doubt it, but it's a portal to new starts, new lives, and new beginnings. But there's very little definition here, okay? There's no definition. It's just an indication that there is an opportunity here. This is very hard earned, okay? This applies to the whole relationship, okay? It's work. Work, work, work. Energy, energy, energy. Resources, resources, resources. Commitment, commitment, commitment to new starts, new beginnings in ways that work better than they did before, okay? Again, I'm just aligning this with the Cancer new moon. So I'm thinking towards the end of July. And we're just, like, this reading is basically helping you kind of get in alignment for that kind of energy coming up. So what about the self over here? Okay, so Nikki, you're coming from a point of innocence. No matter how advanced you might be as a psychic medium, remote viewer, as a successful woman of substance, there's still the energy we have to account for the innocence, the sweetness, the let's say, the vulnerability here, the puzzle, the desire to know and understand love on a greater scale than you already know and understand. Nothing good or bad. All I'm suggesting is there's just a high degree of innocence here. And typically with innocence comes vulnerability. So we need to account for that. Okay. The other. Okay. To me, this feels like an energy of initiation. So the other is active in a relationship dynamic, knowing that they are entering into a new vortex of energy, a new field of opportunity where there is very little definition. Very little definition about what this looks like going forward. On the other hand, it is a portal. It is a doorway of new starts, new beginnings, and opportunity. So, in that context, okay, like this pervasive energy of new starts, new beginnings over here, it's something that you've worked for and earned, something that they have worked for and earned. You deserve this, they deserve this. It looks to me like they're coming into this with, I would say, the best of intentions, but also great trepidation. There's a high degree of fear here about the possibility of failure because of going into new lands, going into new territories where, let's just say, they either don't have the experience or they don't have the either the knowledge or the wisdom. In other words, they're going completely blind themselves. There's nothing bad about this. There's nothing malicious about this. But the other party is coming from the position of heading deep into the unknown. And however they present themselves, there is a certain degree of like fear and trepidation here. Trepidation, and still at the same time a deep, profound knowing that they're being guided by, I would say, intuition to go forward anyway. Face the fear, go forward anyway. Also to the point, if you want to take it to a deeper level of meaning here, where in this relationship dynamic, the other party is being initiated into the world of simple, pure, sweet, kind love, and it's a new start and a new beginning. It's just that they may not be used to living life that way or operating that way, so they would be heading deep into the unknown. Might be a little bit scary. In other words, the whole idea of entering into something that is so simple, so straightforward. Well, wait a minute. There's got to be a problem here somewhere, somehow. Hold on. I don't know. But there's also an awareness, like, because this is a very fated card, okay? It's a major arcana. So it's almost like they are, I would say, compulsively led, compulsively drawn into this, no matter what. Facing their fears, coming in with the best of intentions. It's almost like they're past the point of no return. They're going forward anyway, going deep into the unknown. So it's a little bit like a hazing. This is almost like a hazing for them. But that's okay. Sometimes hazings are for a good reason. They're designed to bring out the fear, to expose the other party to themselves and the scariest part of themselves. And the other party over here wants to know, what is it about you that freaks you out? Okay? Is it something as simple as loving and being loved? Okay, we need to know that. Hence the hazing. Let's have a look. Deep down, let's go in much deeper down at the soul level. Okay, so with King of Cups here, my feeling is that, Nikki, let's say this is you. You're coming in with the best of intentions to do things at the very, very highest levels of loving intention, even though you're coming in with a high degree of innocence. You're coming in knowing that you're facing and dealing with this. And sometimes there are periods when it can be very, very difficult to maintain your integrity when faced with this energy here. And so sometimes, I guess the way it feels to me is that it's like things would get shaky for you now and again when you are constantly encountering this energy here. Like, it feels to me like this is just going to keep repeating itself. Like, it might not be overtly expressed. It might not be, clear on the outside, but deep here, there is this sense of coming into the unknown, the hazing, and that deep in your soul level, in some ways, you're almost being forced to have to maintain a very strong position so that your innocence is not undermined, okay? Because from a position of fear, it would be very natural for the fearful energy to want to find a shortcut to have to get out of facing the fear. And so that could turn into projection, for example. So deep down, you're dealing with like this reality, like, I know this is a masculine card, but it means really staying in your power, girl power, by right, giving yourself permission to maintain authority, dignity, and authenticity in terms of how the loving dynamics are acted out, okay? In such a way that you are not undermined. You cannot let yourself to be undermined in any way, shape, or form. It's just that it feels to me like you're not used to this. You don't want this. You wish you didn't have to do this, but you have to be this anyway because of this. Because there's a sense of trepidation here, going deep into the unknown. This is pure love. This is just pure, simple love. Over here, deeper down. Okay, my feeling here is that there's this deep fear of rejection, deep fear of impoverishment, deep fear of having committed to a situation, a dynamic where ultimately, I'm going to get dumped, or I'm going to suffer losses, or I'm going to wish that I had never ever started doing this because the demands and the pressures are too high. Yes, all the potential is there. That's great. It's great to know that. But sometimes, like when in theory they say like when the going gets tough, the tough get going. But sometimes when the going gets tough, sometimes people can't handle it and it's crushing and they literally can't handle it. And then you end up, to me it feels as though the other is like scared of losing, scared of rejection, scared of impoverishment of soul type relationship. And it's overwhelming. Like both these cards are overwhelming to me. Like it's quivering energy of potential failure. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. What if this doesn't work? What am I going to do? How am I going to get through this hazing? How am I going to get through this so that at least there might be a slight, at least some kind of chance to tap into the real value, the real sources that are available. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. What if I don't? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Have I made the right decisions? Have I opened myself up to a lot of pain and suffering? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Let's have a look at the relationship dynamic itself. Look. Aww. So you got the Nine of Cups here. So there's an aspect to the relationship where both parties are actually, no matter what's happening here, no matter the challenges here, the relationship itself is almost a little bit of like a sweetheart deal, where like both parties are forgiven for their frailties and their infirmities. Like you are constantly and permanently, automatically forgiven for your innocence and for your attempts and requirements to have to maintain the high ground when it comes to the dynamics of how love and relationship works. You are, let's say, what's the word? I just used it. I can't remember what I just said. You're exempt. And also over here, you, with all your fear, perhaps the sense of feeling like incompetent, losing, failing, not being able to match up, scared of whether you will ever get through the hazing or not, you're exempt. Okay? You're allowed to feel all that. You're allowed to live all that. You're allowed to feel your innocence. You're allowed to express your highest self over here. It's almost like a relationship dynamic where you are allowed to be you with all your challenges. They are allowed to be themselves with all their challenges. And it's actually what you need for both of you. Okay? It's like whatever might appear to be really sucky about this side of it from their personal experience, whatever might suck over here from your personal experience, that's just part of the relationship. That's part of the whole thing. That's part of the dynamic. That's the part of learning and growing. In other words, so with the Ten of Cups here, it's like you don't get a chance to enjoy this without them. They don't get a chance to enjoy this without you. Even though it means to enjoy this, to enjoy all of this delicious energy here, you have to be willing to accommodate them in all their incompetence, fear, everything, whatever they think is not working. They have to be willing to allow for your, let's say, integrity over here and your need and requirements to maintain integrity, about maintaining very high standards in terms of love and relationship. They benefit from that. So you benefit from them, they benefit from you. It's not easy, okay? It's work. It's work to maintain this. It's scary for you to be in this, because it means that you're being held to very high standards over here. But overall, it is a gateway of good opportunity for both parties moving forward, so that both parties, in terms of the relationship itself, so in other words, you can stand back as individuals and look at the relationship and say, we've got something here. The word we becomes the operative, okay? We've got something here. And then you can say, you know what, you're right. We do have something. I was hoping you'd say that. We've got something here. It's not all about you. It's not all about them. This is all about the we. When you turn it to like, we've got something here, then this is good. This is a good thing. This is something that a lot of people would wish they could even have a glimpse, even have a tiny taste of it. And it looks like you have a chance and an opportunity for that. It doesn't mean that you have it yet. This is just an opportunity. So for the opportunity to be activated and accessed means having to be willing to put up with, really significant differences between self and other, between other and self. Very, very different energies here, but in the context of relationship, you get this. Okay? This is a good thing. Okay? So that's the reading. There you go. There's the crucible. There's the it's the container. And all of that's happening in the container. Okay? So what's coming out of it? Let's have a look here. Oh, look. So you've got the Six of Cups here. So my feeling is that, let's just say, you find a way to keep things going against all odds. Let's say you find a way to keep things going against all odds. And because you're aware of this, you know that this exists, you know that the potential for this exists, you keep going against all odds. What happens is you realize, like, oh my God, I knew you already. You knew me already. This is the classic soulmate card that a lot of people use in tarot. It's the Six of Cups. It's just like, wow. I remember you from the 1700s. I remember you from 1233. I remember you from the pre-Egyptian era when we were just like, lucky to be able to eat, wheat and make bread. Yeah, I remember you from that village. Holy shit, that's you. And then, oh my God, now I know who you're talking about. I remember you. Damn it, you were the person like, oh God, yeah. And so it's like a soulmate rekindling in this lifetime. And it's a chance to, I would say, basically cash in on whatever kind of good aspects of soulmate past life relationships you've shared before. So this is a lifetime in which you and the other can have a chance to optimize to get closer and closer to this by recognizing the opportunity, even though it's actually really challenging for you and the other. It's okay, it makes sense, because this is like, think of all the retrogrades right now, okay? It's perfect. Look deeper and deeper into the relationship itself and start to recognize, oh my God, we've got certain past life dynamics that are coming through here. Like, question is, okay, tell me a few stories. Tell me a few stories about yourself, okay? I'm over here. I'm Nikki. I want you to tell me a few stories about yourself. See if I can remember anything. And so the others tell stories like, oh wow, now I remember that one. Yeah, we did this, we did that. Like we were farmers, we were peasants. Oh, you were a merchant, you were a soldier, whatever it is. Now it's all coming clear. And so this is something that you can enjoy in the context of a relationship. It's just like meeting, like in this lifetime, it's like the meeting of an old soulmate from long, long ago, where there was something essentially good and wholesome, but it never really had the chance to manifest. And now, today in this lifetime, there's a chance for reconnection and like, well, should we pick up from where we left off? Yeah, okay, so exactly where did we leave off? Okay, tell me a few stories. Okay, well, you tell me a few stories. I'll tell you stories first. No, you start. And this is sort of like the sort of conversation. Hold on, Nikki. So the way I look at it, this reading is all about like a coming together. Very, very old soulmates coming together in a lifetime to pick up where they left off and see if there's see what's going on here. Like, wow, hey, it's like comrades. Like, oh my God, like, is that you? Oh my God, it is. Do you remember blah 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 when we did? Oh my God. And then Nikki goes like, oh my God, it is you. I remember. It's all coming to me now. I get it. It's all coming now. We were in the 1350s and hold on. Oh yeah, and it was this, and this, and this, and this. So that's what I'm sensing here. I'm not saying you have to go deep into the intricacies of past lives, but what's happening now, I think, is in this lifetime, it's two characters who have a soul connection coming together in this lifetime to pick up from where they left off. And it's sweet and it's good and it's a bit scary, it's a bit new, but it takes you into a whole new portal. Somebody said the word portal. I can see the portal. Poof! Wow! Looking into the future. So what now? What now? What now? What now? Well, it's up to you guys. You have a lot that you can draw on. Nikki, you have a lot that you can draw on. The other has a lot that they can draw on. So what does that look like when you put it into the context of relationship? What is it that we have here? So you look at it like, oh, wow. What is this thing that we have? Well, it's our relationship. Okay, so what does our relationship exactly look like? It has an identity. And it actually looks quite good. It's like a 10 of cups. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty awesome. Wow. And it's indicating that we're actually old soulmates. Oh, seriously? Yeah. Seriously? Yeah, okay. Well, so what are we going to do now? Well, I don't know. Let's figure it out. There you go. So that's your reading. I hope that makes sense. Sometimes I look, just for future reference, if anybody wants a private reading, sometimes I do little mini spreads and it looks like this. Like a mini crucible. Okay? Got it? Sometimes I do big crucibles where it looks like this, and I need room. When I do very expensive relationship readings, sometimes they look like this. Whoa. Whoa. Okay? It's still a crucible reading, but it's more complex. And then, sometimes on top of that, I'll do an extension. What now? What now? What now? What now? But that's a whole other reading with more cards. Anyway, there you go. Thank you so much. I'm just going to put these away, and then we're going to just hang out for a little bit. I can't take it anymore. I don't even have a voice left anymore. My voice is just about to disappear. And I need to be able to get up tomorrow and start a new day, just like you guys. I need to shuffle it up. I just need to clear this. Hi Tina, thank you for forgiving me. I can't handle it. I can't do it. I just simply can't do it. Yeah. Starkle just pointed something out. She could see the portal on the Ace of Cups card, Ace of Pentacles. Exactly. Thank you for noticing, because it's a very, very tiny little thing on the Ace of Pentacles. It is actually a portal. Thank you very much for noticing. Thank you, Stargirl. So I'm going to put these away now. Readings are done. It's been a wonderful evening. Thank you very much. Cheers, everybody. Thank you, everybody, tonight for your generosity, kindness. Actually, let me put on the post-it notes of honor. Here we go. Nikki. Olson and Nikki. Gabby girl. Tina. Okay, I'm just putting everybody's post-it note out there for the full glory. It's like the Olympics. This is just like the Olympics. God, I don't even have a rough room. Here we go. Okay. What a splendid evening we've had. I didn't do the group. Sorry, Tina. I couldn't handle it. Thank you for letting me off the hook there. So this is the Hall of Fame tonight. Everybody, thank you so much. You're very brave for coming to this show at all and exposing yourself live to get readings with Tarot Illumination live in front of other people. Yes, it's pretty scary, but it's also kind of fun. So there you go. That's the end of the show. It's been wonderful. I'm going to wrap it up. I'll play a little bit of music, maybe a Tarot Illumination song. And then everybody can chill out, and we all have another week ahead of us. We just have to get through the next week. Then we start another Cancer new moon. The rest, and I showed you the doodles earlier. Mars in Aries. It's going to be with us for months, okay? Months and months and months. So it's going to be grinding back and forth over the Cancer-Capricorn axis. We're just getting a glimpse of it tonight. Okay? So, my feeling is, with the Mars in energy, is look to the self. In what ways have I become an enemy to myself? In what ways have I allowed others to become an enemy to myself? Figure that out. Understand what it is. Don't be scared to ask the questions. Don't be scared to ask for answers. Ask for the healing power of love to come into your life from up above. Ask for what you need to come to you. Ask for what you don't need to be taken away from you, so that you can reduce and simplify and live in deeper and deeper unity with nature, okay? Please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away from me that which is not mine. It makes it so much simpler. Whatever comes to you, it might be an idea, a thought, an experience, an occasion, a person, an event, whatever it is, that comes to you. That's energy. Please be ready, willing, and able to receive that energy, and then own it. Give yourself a 10-second rule, then figure out, what am I going to do with this? I own this. This is mine. Like, okay, what do I do now? Make a decision, and then express. So in other words, I'm going to do it in be loved, be loving. What was that thing I said earlier? Like, I can't remember who it was. It's just like, who was it? I'd never done it on the channel or anywhere before. Like, it was a courage thing. It might have been with Melanie. Was it Melanie? I think it was Melanie. Like, I am going to be loving. I am going to be loved. Whoa! What does that look like? Anyway, hello Star Gold. Good night, everybody. I'm just going to wrap it up. I'm going to put on a little bit of a power song because I need a bit of a boost. I'm personally very heavily challenged by the aspects right now. And so I'm going to try and give myself a little boost listening to one of my own songs. It sounds like this. It's called... what is it? I don't even... What's it called? Love is the word. Love is the word. That's the song. And I'm just going to leave it like this, okay? Love is the word. Okay, so it's kind of like got a stompy beat to it. And I'm hoping to leave everybody here on a high note so that you can go forward, live through the rest of this week as we end like a lunar cycle and come back. We've lived through all these eclipses. Everybody's burned out. Everybody's wiped out. Exhausted by the last 6 months. Okay, the big shift has happened. The China bomb has dropped. The shock waves are rippling all across the world. We are all in shock. We are all in shell shock. But we're not dead. We're looking forward to a whole new landscape in front of us, okay? So, we have to come from here, okay? Sounds like this. I hope I got this right. For the skies, opening my hands to welcome in the day, gather in the sun's rays before I'm on my way, and the healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole, casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard. Resonate inside us, love is the word. Moving through the day, pray no accidents arise. Giving thanks to heaven that I am still alive.
blessing my enemies, blessing the ones I love, praying for forgiveness for any damages I've done. And the healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole, casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard. Resonate inside us, Nam is the word. Now the day is done and moon is on the rise. My trials and tribulations all bottled up inside. I summon in the Nam as I reach up for the skies. I command all fear and shadows be gone before my eyes. And the healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole, casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard. Resonate inside us, Nam is the word.